day. It was perfect. Huh?
We can have lunch now.
Yeah, okay.
Short lunch.
What?
Short lunch. Thomas and Zenyak are coming back to play their third match pretty shortly here.
Yeah.
So I mean like 15 minutes we gotta sit in, something happen.
It's match two, right? Yeah, I think two misunderstood, you know. That's right. That's right. It's just like that. So this was the third match. I just need to put the data. Okay. Yeah, obviously, I'll just go get it. I mean, fuck this.
long do you need to be ready?
It's kind of real.
Yeah. I can do get a transcriber right away.
Yeah.
Just gotta find a transcriber. Yeah. Yeah. We got Ryan on transcription. So. Let us know if you need anything, man. I'm in the Zoom.
What?
I'm in the Zoom. Yeah.
You're in this.
Yeah. Oh, have you? You haven't brought up YouTube yet, have you?
I'm sharing.
I think we probably got to hop on there and create the YouTube link too. Oh, you did that already. Okay, it's up. My bad. My bad. What do I know?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Good match.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Turns out that we still had round 3 to play between Thomas Myhr and Zdenek Zizka. So we're going to get you one of those rounds on stream too. Of course, Ali and Kazuki still got to finish their rounds. I have some initial results already. Marc has knocked Ryan out of the tournament, I think on points. And he's on transcription for us now. I've seen him with laser speed transcription all weekend, helping out with those duties. So I think he's going to be solid with that. And also, Dirk and Marcus have resolved their match too, and Dirk is moving on from that round. So half of the quarterfinals have been decided, and we got to finish up on these two. I think Zdenek and Thomas are 2-2 right now, if I understand correctly. Also, welcome back after all the crashes. Sorry about this. It's like I don't know. Internet's just inconsistent here. It goes out. When we lose that, we have to restart everything. And so, okay, this double sixes is quite interesting. I guess the 13-7 is pretty clear with both of them, and then we don't do enough with coming out to the bar. Yeah, don't put anything in the air. Just let them develop. So we have to go with the blitzing play. These are hard to find. Feels you hate making the ace point early in the game for sure. If I've seen correctly, I think Zdenyak's actually on bottom here thinking about this move. I think we've got those two switched right now. Yeah, this is a difficult play to find though. But I guess 10, 11-ish, 10.5 in the zone kind of calls for blitz. You're being primed. You're ahead in the race by a decent amount. So it makes sense to attack on the ace and try to clean up this way. Oh, thanks, Penny. We're doing our best. We've been around all weekend. Top planner or something. Yes, names on the picks are switched. ZZ should be on bottom. Thomas's should be on top. We'll get that. Don't worry. Oh, we asked, did Ali end up finding that double ones play? He did not. He found the play that I probably saw as a candidate early, which was hit and step all the way up and then hit loose on the 5. I think significant error. Maybe that could have been the difference in the PR on that one. Wow. I mean, maybe toughest play of the tournament kind of thing, you know? That's a good learning position. Yes, the kid likes Pink Floyd. I don't know. Maybe he just likes the shirt. I doubt he knows who they are. I'll have to ask him. People commenting on Ryan's Pink Floyd shirt. We do have on the transcription, the players are in the right spots. We just have to switch on the actual graphics here. Yeah, I think I have this feeling that Ryan's going to be a pro transcriber. Maybe we can keep him in or something. Yeah, Zdenek finds the right play. Oh, he's trying to figure out if a cube happened. Okay. And so after a fan, 6-1 is going to hit loose and put another checker in there and another fan. This is just too much. Yep. Cube coming. And now Thomas has the decision. Oh, actually, we should hit in the outfield instead of the in the board. Very close plays. Interesting indeed. But yeah, after a fan, you got to give up. Says no. Wilson.
When? Now 6-1?
No, before you queue, before the fan.
It was 6-1, 6-1. From this one here.
Okay, hold on.
Ryan made a transcription error with the 6-3. Oh, it looks like he's correcting it. Okay. What was the... Oh, I didn't see the 6-3. I see. He's getting it fixed here. And yeah, he's got it corrected. Good eye, Joe. Does Myhr speak Swedish? I'm not sure. He is Danish. Sometimes Danes can communicate with Swedes. I understand they're like similar but different. North scoreboard visible. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we should get that fixed too. Thomas takes it. Wow, and this is super close. I kind of thought the gammons would be higher and things like that, but too many wins. And so in break-even decisions like that, fine to make someone play. Could be a tougher game for Zdenek anyway. And oh, I see. With the 360 came out, and so there's only one on the bar. Okay, that's a huge difference in this position. I thought it was a fan. 5-6 fan again. That's pretty tough. Oh, Danish understands Swedish, but not vice versa. Fair enough. Yeah, names do seem to be reversed. You've noticed that as well, Thomas. And Zdenek should be coming around to an easy blitz and close out, and gammon going to happen most of the time here, I think. 6-1, getting some awkward rolls coming around, and that's kind of shows the power of these random outfield points. The 11, it's more restrictive than you might perceive. Any 6 here is kind of a disaster. 5-3 is great, of course. Doesn't enter. Thomas is dying to roll a 2 and anchor up if he can. I see. Jasper says if they just slowed down a little, he could understand the Danes. There we go. We got the graphics switched up.
6-1.
The Danes told me that if you're trying to,
This is the position, right?
that I need to speak softer to just speak Danish words. That was their hint for me. Nothing about speed though.
You play 18-7 with 6-5.
It was 5-6, yeah.
Yeah.
Then I wrote 5-3 or something.
Wrong way, like backwards.
Six,
We
maybe
should
6-1
switch them around. You
before,
guys understand?
6-1, yeah. And then 5-3.
I read left to right,
He ended with a 3 and I wrote
not
5-3.
with a mirror.
3-6,
It's kind of working for me.
enter, 5-3 hit.
So 3-6 enter. And 5-3 hit.
ZZ Top fan in the chat. Okay.
5-4, right?
Which match is this for this pairing? This is match 3, and I believe they're 2-2 right now. And Zdenek's having a real hard time with this 5-4, it seems like. It seems pretty natural to come around the bend, and I'm not sure why it's giving him so much trouble here.
No, 6-1 first, then
What
5.
does play be? Some sort of switch off the deuce? Oh, they're waiting for transcription to catch up. Something happened there. Okay.
Good.
Yeah, okay. We had a transcription thing. We're figuring out the 5-4 now.
Yeah, you don't have to, yeah.
And he's going to play mid in there. Yeah, I thought you'd just come around. That's interesting. Oh, 2 points in first match, 2 points in second. That's an interesting result. 5-4 comes around. We got some deep spares going on here. 5s and 4s are going to be difficult to play next roll, but Thomas comes in with a deuce too, giving some chances to anchor, so maybe 5s can be loose hits now. Oh, sorry, 4s and 3s are the worst, and here's a 3. So do we switch like this and hope to get hit high, or bring not another cover in? Yeah, 7-4 normal is fine. I mean, understand looking at the play. Lots of Danish jabs in the chat here. I don't feel like this is fair without more Swedish representation. Oh, no, what am I talking about? We got Jasper in there. Okay, fire away. Yeah. Is it 0-0 so far in this game? Yeah, we don't have a scoreboard up. I believe it is. Let's, no, sorry. We had one double. Yeah, double take. So we're still in the game 1. Let's see if we can get that scoreboard situation sorted. And okay, now we do the closeout, but he's going to have some bad numbers next time. Okay, and it looks like Zdenek made it out of that little 11-8-6 blockade. Okay. Thomas is continuing to fan. Okay, here we go. There he is. I was hoping he'd give us the thumbs up or something like that too, but there's your scoreboard. 0-0. First game of the match. 6-5 is going to take 2 off. Okay, and now Zdenek is out on the outside. So if Thomas only comes in with one like this, he's very likely to leave a shot. 5-2. And this could be a game-winning turnaround. If we can hit it. It's going to take some work. With 7 off already. It happens more often than it seems like, that you're able to contain that checker and build the board around and just kind of snake around until you can close your hit out. And okay, looks like a miss from Thomas, and it's going to be near impossible to save this gammon now. Maybe I'm way off on that. Maybe there's less pips outside than I thought. I thought it said like 68% there. How can that be possible? Must have misread. And quick 4-0 start, it looks like. Okay. In this match, I think they both won a PR point, so maybe that's a little more pick'em. But of course, the PR winner, if they split the points, is going to be a huge favorite in this match. With Ali and Kazuki, since Kazuki's won both the PR points, I think still you got to expect that the PR winner is going to be doing well, but might not average out to overall. Unclear there, so... But I mean, anything can happen. You can just edge out and still lose PR based on last game, so. My understanding was that Danes didn't speak because they could do it with their mind. And they make like motions with their mouth, but that's not really the key to communicating when you have control, you know? 2 up, this seems reasonable. Definitely need to split, try to make an anchor against an advanced anchor. 3-1's a great shot. Got a point on head, of course. Oh yeah, I must know a lot of Swedish people too. I can't always understand what people are saying. Danish, sorry, Danish. All right, hits back. Structurally, Thomas's position is looking good, but he's got a 3rd blot back. And Zdenek's probably going to send a 4th unless he wants to deal with his distribution finally. And look how close they are. He has that instinct that why do I need a 4th checker back here when I still have the stack on the 13? Yeah, in on the 3 for distribution 6 to 5 seems nice, but you'd kind of rather be back for contact on the 24. So those are very close plays too. Yeah, I expect that ZZ uses the ZZ method, but I can't be certain. Maybe he's improved since writing the book and not really relevant to him anymore. But I understand it's a lot of kind of describing how Mike Falafel taught him how to think about the game. So you could think of it as the falafel method in a way, you know? (5-1) should make the 3 pretty naturally. And 5-1 on the other side doesn't do so much. Guess we could play 8 and break the deuce. We don't really want to leave a double shot against this board. We could just make the ace. Yeah, that seems very reasonable. Probably makes the most sense to me. 1 blot and board instead of 2. Sometimes you're going to cover that deuce point blot from the 8, so they kind of communicate well here. Yeah, Astro Falafel taught ZZ in person. You can see Zdenek's interview with Mochi talking about a lot of these things on, I think, Mochi's YouTube channel from his Mochi Goes to Monte Carlo video series, where, by the way, he happened to win the championship and the super jackpot, which is just an amazing result. Best champ around. Been getting to hang out a lot this week, but what a cool thing to get to be the world champ and the current, you know, UBC champ too at the same time, and win the super jackpot, because why not? 3s. Yeah, are we priming or are we attacking here? We got a really great board. Our opponent has a lot of blitz value. It's only 1 checker back, so my instinct first is to make it, but with the open 4, maybe priming's a little better. Okay. And he needs time to come around. 2-6. Zdenek's going to ruin those plans. My understanding is that, yeah, Zenek's been playing forever. I guess he's been a name that we know about, trying to learn backgammon and things like that for a few years already. I think Mochi has old photos of him coming for their, whatever he called it, youth backgammon camps and things like that. Yeah, this is a do-nothing roll. Really would like to hit that outfield blot. What's the best thing we can do with it now? This is a shot-reducing number, but maybe we want to stay back and keep pressure instead. But he really doesn't want to give up structure for no reason. So yeah, that's tough, but this is how we roll it forward. If we're going to go with that game plan, seems like XG likes this play best. What's the difference between XG and XG++? Well, there's different analysis settings, and ++ is like a truncated rollout. It plays the game out a few rolls ahead, calculates what it thinks the equity of the position is, and decides which play is best based on that. The ply settings are more just like a straight neural net. It's been trained and evaluated a bunch, and it has its opinion of the equity of each plays, thinking a couple moves ahead. So XG plus plus you can think of as just thinking a little further into the future. What's Akiko up to? I haven't seen her or talked to her in a while. Hopefully still playing backgammon. Is the winner here going to play Dirk? This is 4 and 5. So yeah, I believe so. I think the winner of this should be playing Dirk. The graphic we had for the different matchups had them in the proper order of who is going to advance where. So I think that's one matchup. The other one should be Marc taking on the winner of Ali and Kazuki. Is it available for purchase? XG? Yes, for sure. Extremegammon.com or something probably. I don't know. Just type Extremegammon in Google. You'll get it. Well worth it. I think many players would have been happy to play much more money than it cost for it. It's completely changed the game. Best software out there right now. You can get GNU or something for free instead too if you want. But XG is just kind of widely understood to be a bit stronger. We've got a tough cube decision leading with a clear racing advantage, multiple back. So there might be a little gammon threat. We should win a lot. And here at gammonish scores, if there's still things to sort out, it can be very tough to send a cube. You're probably going to either be not good enough or too good. Thomas is more or less just going to ignore the gammons and take anything above 25%. And we can see he's there. And so this would be a sizable mistake, but it feels like with this racing advantage, 3 back, maybe a 4th when it gets hit, like maybe we do have just too much winning chances to play on here. So he's going to think very hard about this cube action. These are tough though. Dirk gave us some good advice about these in the seminar on match score play with the cube that I think could help find it. Just details about the 3 away, many away window, but it's small, and the most practical advice, maybe not for these 2 players, for most of us out there, is just to not touch the cube at 3 away. You're never going to make too big of a mistake. But Zdenek's going to try to figure out if he might have something and avoid a little bit equity loss here and make sure that he sends when he should, if it is a send indeed. I don't know. I think you should be able to see that, okay, he finds the cube. This is a sizable mistake, going to change the PR quite a bit. Thomas almost clean. And Zdenek was looking that way too. Until that one cube mistake. Those are tricky though. Probably just feels like he's got a winning race. And look at this play. Okay, this is going to be very close because you don't want to give him the contact value. But this is the problem with the cube too. If you have to make a play like this, there must be decent winning chances on Thomas's side. Could be awkward to clear this. Justin saying XG3 on the way in 2087. I really had heard that it was 2086, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we got moved back a little bit. And Zdenek finds this crazy safe play. I don't know. I'm too primitive. I'm going to hit. So if he didn't hit last time, he's not in this time. Maybe we can make the game a little simpler by coming down 3 of them to 12, but now we don't have any good aces unless we play another check or 2 to ace. Is that going to be okay? That's what he started, so I guess we have to now. Yeah. I've seen this was actually a lot. Once you kind of commit to a certain kind of game plan, then it's happy to, even if it was a small mistake last time, then you got to stick with it, and it's a big mistake not to do it again. Eddie's going to be 129 years old someday. Cool. That's right. I heard about it at Kiko Books or something like that. Is that real? Isn't she working on a book of some sort? I don't know what it's about or anything. What did we roll here? Double 4s. It is kind of tempting to try to hold that contact point, but I guess we don't have enough to play on the other side, so we got to keep something going. What is the answer here? 2016, 20 to 12. We're supposed to leave our anchor with 4 checkers on the ace. That makes a lot of sense, you guys, because if Thomas gets pointed on, he's happy to come in deeper, so there's almost no risk in leaving that anchor with this big racing deficit. But yeah, 2 should stick to this just really ugly candlestick clearing plan. Maybe Thomas is just going to win the race somehow here. Now that it's tightening up, maybe he wants to continue 16 to 12, I guess, but it can't be too bad to stay back. Yeah, and they're very close. There's just like only upside to coming in deeper. So the contact is just so much in favor of Thomas. XG's weakness is that it doesn't take Monte Carlo into account. It does. I think it worked fine for Mochi there. He had really great results. Someone wishes Google would create an unbiased backgammon bot with AlphaZero. I agree with all that except for unbiased. I'm not sure what's biased about XG really. I guess it, I mean, has its improvements, if you want to call those biases, fine. But yeah, as soon as I heard about that, I thought that would be a cool project. Not sure who wants to take that on. Haven't heard of anyone yet. I wish. So what do we have here? 5-4, yeah, easy. Just gonna play behind without playing another checker on the ace. It's getting ugly. Two, 1. Yeah, we want to avoid some bad sixes by coming 8-6, he says. Okay. Nice play. I'm surprised how big that is. And I guess it is getting close to time where Thomas might have to leave or break his board. Here is it, I guess, right? No, you can just play 2 in real ugly. It's pretty tempting if I'm in Thomas's shoes, just run one off the anchor. And for the same reasons, if he does attack you and point for some reason, you can just come in on the 23 maybe for better contact with your perfect board. So why not, kind of, you know. The race isn't close anymore. Zenyak's really cleaned that up. Always hard to pull the trigger on any play that breaks an anchor. Does look like this is a hair better. Maybe plus plus is different. Not sure. I really see a lot of merit in the anchor breaking play though. I would like that a lot. This just looks too impure if you're relying on contact to fix your game. Hi, Zdenek. Yes, Thomas is. What is he really considering here? Just counting through his own rolls then? Is this when he needs to look at the position after the play? Trying to evaluate if he might lose an unlikely gammon or something like that. There's none here really. Seeing if it helps his distribution really, or if he just expects to play deep soon anyway. I mean, tough decision for sure, but I'm not sure what else he is processing at this point. And he goes with this play. Okay. And it is better, so well found. Zenyak's happy he saved a 6, and I guess just shift 3 to 2. Why not? Lift seems like you don't have the option of a 3 anymore, but I guess in case you want to hit on the 5, I'm not sure. Just 2 seems better race distribution too. How big is Zenyak's wastage in the position? Big. It's against a 20-point anchor. You always have the wastage of not having checkers on the 5, so your 5s aren't going to be very strong in the bear off. 2 checkers on the ace is worth quite a bit. Most people would count that as at least 4 pips of wastage, maybe 6 depending on your formula. If he finds this play, he'll create more wastage on the 3 and an open 4 that he's likely to fill later, but for now it looks that way. That's why I think the shift 3 to 2 looks a little bit less wasty. Keep some checkers on some high points, but I don't think that's his primary concern. I think he's trying to figure out how to not leave shots, and maybe he thinks this is going to generate some pick and passes that he can use to close the deuce. Doesn't have to deal with 2 blots in case he rolls something like maybe 5-5. Probably found some specific number reason for it. And 3-3, yeah, Thomas is still going to have to stay back for contact, especially after the double 6s, and hope Zdenek rolls a 6-5. Going to be tough to stay for more than 1 roll. 1-3, he's going to pick and pass. I'm not sure why we wouldn't just let him roll a 6. Maybe the race is close enough. Be inclined to just peel 2. 5-4 is going to break the board if he stays. Probably worth it. Really far down in the race, and you can still win after lifting 6 to deuce, so why not? No gammon's really at risk now. And 6-1, we roll one of the 2, well, 4 shot levers. And it's always a difficult position or situation to figure out if you should hit or take a checker off. I mean, think in general. Take a checker off, you're 1 closer to being done. When you hit, you take a crossover away. So maybe it's going to help you, and your opponent might fan. Maybe it helps you win gammons. I don't see many here. So maybe just you leave the same number of shots either way. I don't see any either easier cleanup with either roll. So, yeah, I don't know. I'd be inclined to just take 1 off. Wonder if plus plus actually sees a difference. You can see there's the difference does seem to be peeling wins more and hitting wins a hair gammons. And the ace-4 to hit as well. It's important when you're left the shot that you hit it. With 2 checkers off now. Oh, a 6-3, okay. Not much to think about here now. But I'm trying to figure out where the point to cube would be coming around for Thomas if Zdenyak's on the bar. It'd be very difficult. Yeah, stand maximum back, given that he's ahead, seems like it makes a lot of sense. So you just shuffle checkers around in your board. Yeah, guys, the thumbs up thing, the little one. Find it. Please. Gaming TV says yes, sent a like. Very nice of him. Astro complimenting him on finding the like button. Very cool. Yeah, and this is quite the decision. I mean, a lot of times you come forward. If you come forward for the direct, of course, you get hit more often, but you're closer to home. So maybe your opponent, I mean, here I think he has to destroy his board if he tries to stay back for contact. So I think that's why you just trash your board a little more too. 4-3 hits, little inaccuracy and punish for it. And now with a fan, nope, enters, never mind, got a hit again, pretty sure. Look at this, Thomas is going to think about it. I mean, I feel like he must be winning the race, or losing the race, sorry. But again, on the bar, this could be good enough for a cube, but in, I'm not so sure. Six, four. Oh no, it's still there from Zenek's roll. He's thinking about it. And look at this. Oh, the score. I didn't even think about it being 7-away, 3-away. So he's determined that he's the favorite here now, which maybe you could guess. And the hits are huge market losers. So if he rolls that too, this is his last chance to send it. A lot of times, I think at the score too, you can probably even be losing and ship it back. It's a recube as well. Oh my gosh, I'm so out of touch with it. Paying too much attention to the chat, not enough to the game. But yeah, this should be, his instincts are right on. I think maybe even last roll I would have been inclined to send the cube then if I was thinking about that. Now that I think I'm in a 50-50 game, you don't need much. Simple take for Zdenek, of course, with near 50%, well 40% winning chances. But okay, he misses. New favorite. And he's got to roll well to stay in this match.
Yep.
Double threes, 3 off. Nice shot. It's a good start. We're racing, same roll count. Not likely that either are really going to have an impactful miss. So it kind of looks like Thomas is going to need a set to catch up. Suppose he's thinking he wants his fours to work by making that play and also sees that he needs a set. But probably more important just not to miss. I guess you get your aces by playing 4 to 1, 2. So you're not really, I guess this gets deuces. So, well, no, I mean, if you take 3 off with either, you're doing well. You've gained a roll. So here's the best play, and we'll see if he can convince himself that it's best, man. I don't know. This is one that I do not know how to do math on to know for sure. Just got to see him enough times, kind of make some educated guesses, and hopefully you're close more often than not. Joe says ZZ wants to lose this game because he's losing the PR race, you mean, I suppose? Yeah, he needs to stay in it. If he knew that, it's very true. Be better for him. Maybe. I guess the average in this game could still average out with where a tiebreak would favor him. So it's not crystal clear. Winning a match point is pretty good. Risking winning the match to maybe win the PR is maybe not best strategy. Only if you know the average doesn't favor you too. All right. Last chances for everybody. There we go. Zdenek's going to win 7-0. Good match. Very well played by him, and we're going to have to go to a plus court as well to make sure that this holds. But wow, no blunders on either side. One potential cube blunder by Zdenek. Looking very likely that this particular result's going to hold, and that we're going to have to go on to the average, and I don't know what it is. So really, could be a couple minutes before we figure this out for sure. Appreciate him playing a fast match so we can catch up on our schedule too. We still have the whole 3-round semifinals coming up after this. We'll talk to you soon.
kan altså sindssygt godt til de her tjekker. Hvor ser det sprødt ud. Jeg ved ikke. Marc måske? Marc mod en eller anden? Ja, det gør vi bare, når det kommer. Prøv lige at se, hvor sygt det ser ud.
Det er flot.
Det ser sygt.
Men det er også det, der er meningen. Det er den her farve.
Den er
mørkere, så det er sådan den her tone, der skulle have haft.
Det vi skulle have haft, ja. Hvad skal vi have billede til? Lad os sige, om vi kan finde en anden sjov farve. Hvad mener de her?
Nej, det skal der vide. Ja.
So today, just today, there was 3 Montana matches.
Yeah.
And then there was
team versus.
there was 2 Olympics. Yeah. There was 1 Zdenek. Yeah. Which one is the
Det går ikke, det her.
Nej. Det går bare.
Hvorfor laver vi lige en hel masse ekstra ting? Det går bare.
Det er perfekt, det her tog.
Ja, det skal bare ikke se, hvordan det ser ud. Nej, det går ikke.
Du kan sagtens fortælle sådan noget.
let's go. Let's have a look. And then when watching has to upload to drop I was like, oh, this is like I don't know where my average PR. Right. Okay, good design. I gotta go. Okay, thank you.
You know, sometimes some of these different results. Say why. Maybe Kazuki, that
How have you been getting the results for the graphics? How have you been getting the results for the graphics?
Take the photo. Once you go to the screen, actually take
So that's fine.
And I'm ready to.
That's yours. I did that too. You can have it.
Hey everybody, Nick Blazier here again, ready to do commentary for the semifinals between Marc Olsen and Kazuki Yokota. That's right, those are our two finalists from those rounds of the quarterfinals. We just spent the last 30 minutes trying to figure out and confirm the results of the Kazuki and Ali Belene match. It could not have been closer. On match 3, Kazuki had won the PR on both matches. Ali had won the match on both. Ali won match 3, and initial results on the PR looked like he had also won the PR race. On plus, Kazuki won the PR battle by 0.02, 3.46 against 3.48 for Ali Belene. We had to go ahead and roll it again on plus just to make sure we didn't make any mistakes, but there it is, by as fine of a margin as it could be. Kazuki's made his way into the semifinals. Obviously struggling a little bit today, but still playing just out of his mind. Can't wait till we have the graphic for the results, but I think he played in the 1s or 2s on the other 2 matches, so just in a different gear right now. Pretty crazy stuff to see. Talking about kind of different contenders in the tournament with Mochi before these matches. You mentioned when Kazuki shows up and plays his A game that it's better than anything he's seen. He really he brings when he plays his best, it's just the best. But of course, sometimes off his game a little bit, and we'll see if he can kind of keep it together with how he's been feeling a little bit ill today. So we'll find out here. Marc, of course, won on points against Ryan, 4-2. Fairly close PR race in that one. I think he was playing in the 3.3 range against Ryan's about 3.6. Good showing from both. I think Ryan, of course, a little bit disappointed, but excited and learned a lot from here. He's first live tournament, really, or tournament of this format. Very used to crushing online, and there's just a lot of features of playing live that are different. So he feels like he's learned a lot from this tournament, ready to come back for the next one. Always sad to see him all leave. For a little bit, I thought we had lost all of our younger players because I think, well, of course, Dirk got Marcus, and on the other side of the bracket, Thomas Myhr was able to edge out Zdenek Zizka. So we've lost our 22 and 19, and we have 26 remaining. I don't think Kazuki has moved to Denmark, so I'll go ask about that, but he's got the right flag. That's cool.
Vi har 2 sorte, så tager jeg perfekt.
Så skal vi tage sorte med.
Nej.
Eller faktisk bare beholde de der.
Sort er perfekt.
What's going on in the chat? Whose sound is this? Nick Blazer here on commentary.
Det har han allerede gjort. Og Hussein skal opdate sheetet.
And yeah, someone's asking if you must focus on winning the PR instead of the matches. Dirk and Thomas specifically have been talking about that a lot. There's this odd scenario where you're almost rooting to lose the match in a lot of cases. And that was the case, as Thomas Tenlin correctly pointed out, knowing the history of the other two matches a little better than I did, that Thomas knew he was leading the PR race. He suspected that the cube at the score was probably a little off and had the PR locked up. And so if he could just get a proper recube in, lose 4 points and lose the match, he was certain to lock up the PR race and win the quarterfinal match overall that way. Dirk has been very aware of situations like that through the tournament too. Can be very distracting from just playing your A game, but yeah, there's a lot of interesting scenarios that come up. And we got someone saying poor Ali in there. Yeah, looked like he had won. He was pretty sure he was going on to play the semifinals, but great results from him all weekend. Great game. I'll certainly remember that Galaxy nickname. Glad to have met him this weekend, and I mean, he's happy with his performance too. Of course, would rather be continuing to play. I'm Nick Evil Unicorn. Okay, I'll take it. So Ali did not lose the match. He won the match. Well, it depends what you're talking about. He won all 3 of the matches in the quarterfinals. He lost the PR race on all 3. And so the tiebreak PR goes to Kazuki in that case as well, of course. It had looked like he had just, they split the first 2 matches and it looked like he had won the PR on the 3rd match. But when we sent it to rollout court, it favored Kazuki by 0.02, 3.46 to 3.48.
I don't know. I always play without it. I think this is better, but okay, let's play this. I like just touchscreen, but it's okay.
Okay, it's okay.
What do you prefer?
He's too polite. He wants this.
Let's play with this.
It's better.
And it's looking like Kazuki's in better spirits. Maybe a lot of the stress from earlier matches was just having to get here. And now that he's kind of survived to the semifinals, he's feeling a little better. I don't know. We'll see how he holds up in these matches. But he seems like he's doing a little better this afternoon. Happy to see that. Everyone asking, yeah, it looked an awful lot like Ali had edged out Kazuki. But when we took the PR results to plus, it favored Kazuki in the last match, and he ended up winning. It's could not be closer. Some of these almost ties and really close results are just unbelievable in this tournament. Always cool to see close played matches like that. Disappointing for Ali. We ran it a couple times to double check, and sure enough, Kazuki's your semifinalist from that round of the bracket. Someone asking if I play chess. I don't know, very casually, not well at all. Interesting game though. I enjoy all games really. Play a lot more Kalis and Stone Age, which I'm sure no one in the chat has heard of. All right. 2's gonna hit, and we don't really want to strip our mid. We don't want to hit on the ace either when we're priming. I don't know, maybe hitting on the ace is reasonable, but I don't know. If Kazuki makes this play, he must be right. I trust him. 4-6, we just gotta hop out and provoke, especially with the stripped mid. 6-4, what does this do? Maybe 11-7 and split. Try to get that race going. Not sure why Astro is obsessed with the Monte Carlo ritual. Still very strange. Yeah, and this is one where we absolutely need to find a place to hit a checker so that Kazuki isn't allowed to make a point with those giant stacks. Attempting to hit the second. All these run really close. You feel comfortable leaving the checker on the 15 because your opponent would have to break the mid to hit. But it's also reasonable to just come around as a builder. Unstacking either seems fine. I guess it's the more pure play to play 13-8 in a sense. So why hit on the ace? But Marc's, I saw in his last game against Ryan, he was taking his time to look over a lot of options. Seems like he's in a good rhythm and playing a pretty solid game. People asking if the finals are today or tomorrow. They will be played tomorrow. We've got 3 rounds of semifinals coming tonight. This is round 1 still. On the other side, Thomas Myhr and Dirk Schiemann. So we're going to get them on the stream too. So 3 matches tonight still that we have to get in before dinner, ideally somehow. I don't know how that's going to happen. Look at this double hit, much stronger. You hate making the ace, and okay, I mean, it's understandable. But Kazuki has a blot and board. Why not hit 2, you know, and play a little more pure? A little bit of confusing. No, there's no confusion here. You're coming on, well, actually, sorry, yeah. Which one do you cover with? Seems fine. Coming in deeper seems fine too. Okay, 2-1. Yeah, I think Marc's going to find the double hit this time probably, but it's not clear. You're scared of getting another checker behind all that structure. You can just cover a point, try to play the race. Maybe this is the better game plan. Oh, thanks on the sound. Double hit, still right here. Blunder to just play passively and let Kazuki develop his position in any way. Very likely that at least 1 will not come in, but he gets hit, and now Marc has 2 behind a dangerous 4 prime with really impure structure. This is a scary position for him. I think out is automatic. He's got the right instinct there. Opponent has to break their midpoint to hit you. You just want to come around and not be stuck behind there. Oh, wow, okay. The unstacked 13-8 is more important here somehow. Very interesting. Certainly not finding that. And then 6-5, okay, gonna link up 2 blots and play 13-8. This looks strong. And not certain who's winning, but I mean, I like Kazuki's side better. Very pure. Got a checker stuck back there. Not really under a lot of attack. Marc has his ace point made. Yeah, this looks like a good spot for a 6-5 distribution ace. Someone's asking, did I hear right that Ali won all 3 matches and didn't qualify? That's right. We try to take a little bit of the dice factor out of it, and he had the better dice to win the actual backgammon game in all 3 matches, and somehow Kazuki was still able to win enough PR points to take himself to the finals in this format, or the semifinals, I'm sorry, which really should just speak to how on top of the game he's playing right now. He's playing on another level, on another planet right now. Now, Benjamin says dinner in Spain at 10 p.m. We have time. Starts at 8 here, but yeah, we've been eating at 10 a lot of nights. It's weird. I'm not used to it. Interesting decision here. It's hard to see why we would give up a point. I kind of liked his instinct to bring it down, but it's a lot of, I mean, this is no shots. And we don't really want that point so much necessarily. With the ace point made, we're trying to blitz more. Yeah, every time your opponent rolls 5-2, 5-4, that's it. It's not that many shots. Interesting. 1-6, sorry. Yeah, it's a little too much. Those 6 numbers are pretty much killers. So that's why. But I mean, they're close because also this is a lot of material to levy a blitz with. Ace deuce. Yeah, the distribution. Okay, I'm not sure why we want to step up to the 22 exactly. This is interesting, but we don't want to be under the gun, so don't step all the way up. I guess maybe lack of a better ace, but actually kind of 11 to 10 looks reasonable to me. Didn't see what Marc had there. Kazuki gets a nice attempt of a running roll. Marc's going to take him back, not let him get away so easily. And a little bit for everyone in this game. And Kazuki apparently missed a cube there. Okay. Interesting. Not too surprising with the structure. 3-1 is a monster roll. Stepping up is, while your opponent's on the bar, is pretty strong here. Kazuki really needs to keep him from escaping. 4-2 is going to do it. If he can be missed, he's going to be pretty well dominating the position. 3-5 is a fan. Yeah, I think probably a good cube now. And unclear what Marc wants to do with this. Yeah. Okay, pretty clear. Looks like a pass. Yeah, I'm not sure where Kazuki missed a cube here. It was pretty positional, so probably tough to see. Maybe with the blots in the outfield, that was enough to bring one over. I'm really not sure which move that was. And Marc's going to pass. Okay. Kazuki off to a 1-0 lead. All right, 6-2 split, 6-4 hits. 3-6 makes the anchor. And 2-2, yeah, gonna make standard 13-11, or sorry, 4-11. Unstack makes a lot of sense. Suki's gonna hit back. Three, 2. There's the anchor. There's Lucid. It's last spare. Why do we want to do that? I don't know. I mean, we don't. It's hard to make the 22 point when you're this close in the race. Yeah, so you got to look at this move. He does have a lot of ammunition in the zone. I think thematically makes some sense. And yeah, look at that. It's the best play. Well done, Marc. Hit and jump out to the bar. This is perfect. And Kazuki's got a little bit of a lead in this game. Oh, never mind. 5-5 is going to hit from the bar. And do we make the 3 with this, or we can escape a checker as well? We have to trade the 8 for it, but with the opponent on the roof, it kind of feels more normal. But yeah, they're pretty close. Okay. Marc had a double 5s like this in his match against Ryan, actually, that I saw. And I think had trouble choosing just a consolidating race and winning play, and wants to play something more aggressive, board-oriented, blitz-oriented. Was at a 4-way score in that case. But yeah, it's not surprising to me that he likes to choose making the 3. 3-1, that's going to hit back. Keep Kazuki alive. 3 checkers back is going to make the blitz difficult for Marc here. 4-3 should make a nice anchor. Yeah. And we're fine just leaving the blot. There's no way to just cover it. Not really any offense to be performed here. Kazuki OP agreed. Playing lights out. He's going to hit and continue to the mid. 5-3, this can make another anchor. This is fun. Why not have 2 high anchors? Sometimes you want to stay back and keep maximum contact, but I hear it freezes so many checkers. I like this play a lot. So Marc positionally dominating the position. Kazuki with a little bit of a race and less checkers stuck back. Pretty even though. 3 would love to cover the 10, but we don't have any strong deuces along with it. This feels awful to have to do against a double anchor game. But so does losing the race when it's this tight. Oh, 2-3, what is... Okay, we could play the 3 behind. Yeah, this does look a little better. I guess we don't need that point. We're just looking to clear it really anyway. I like this play. Aces, immediately looks at the switch. I don't see what else there is, actually, yeah. So maybe you got to do that. I'd love to keep your pure structure, but, man, that 11 plays so well with the 5 that you don't want to move that either. And look at this, they're very close. Okay, he's going to look for some bloody play. Guess we can play a back game is the idea here. I think this is a little unnecessary. You can still play a little tighter and forward. The other 2 plays are pretty pick'em. They're fine. It's hard to make a play that makes the ace when you have 2 anchors and 4 checkers back, though, so I'm sure that's a concern of his here. The 5-4 is a little different. You're pretty happy to hop off of either of them and continue your blitz. 2-5. Okay, whiff. It's impressive. Who knew it was possible? And so, yeah, this seems pretty natural. You'd love to just cover the 3, make a point. You don't like making the 5 stack though, but you're going to make a 5 stack either way because your other play appears to be. Oh, there's an ace making play. Okay, that's interesting. 13 to 6, a little bit of an error, but it keeps better distribution outside. I think this is what he likes about it. Oh, transcriber here talking. Cool, we got someone up on stage watching. Don't know who that is.
Original? I thought he pressed the clock. It's good. Okay.
Oh, Wilson doesn't like it. Take a hike, sir. All right, 3-1. Again, it's just, man, the ace is just so killer. So yeah, I guess we're in this slotting game. 13 to 10 looks real nice. Then you have no ace to play unless you break an anchor, actually, which looks pretty reasonable here. You can just safety a blot. That's pretty good too. I'm intrigued by, yeah, this 13, 10, 21, 20 play, but I guess you want to keep points. Either's fine. Down enough in the race to make this make some sense. 5-3, I think, yeah, it's time to make a point behind again. And he's keeping his checkers pretty active, Kazuki is, even though it looks pretty ugly with those 2 anchors above 2 points. Okay, now we're ready to rank the anchor because we can make the perfect 4-point board. And Marc has gained a big structural advantage. Oh, great shot. Punish leaving the anchor. 4-1 is a fan. I think it's a little scary. Yeah, we're not thinking big racing lead. So maybe he's got some market loss here with 6s and things like that, but not enough of it. It's going to take him some time to get the 24-point checker and the 18-point anchor around to home. So he's got work to do. 5-2 is probably a good opportunity to. I would want to release the 18-point thinking about winning. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself there. Of course, the 18 is the other one. And it's going to be so hard to clear the 18 without the 13, though. So it just feels like it's time. I guess another play would just be to play around to the 11. But I don't know why you want 2 blots instead. Yeah, I like this. This looks right. Double 5s. The only hit is going to be a switch, and I don't think we can do that. So this looks really good. Yeah, it's going to give. Plus, Kazuki's got 2 checkers to bring around still. Lots of work to do. Someone asking who the guy watching the game was. I don't know. If I said a name, would it? No. Okay. Someone asking what is the format of the quarterfinals, I assume? It was. The quarterfinals are complete. These are your 2 winners from this side of the bracket playing the semifinals now. And the semifinals are same format, both of them 3 7-point matches. 1 point for the PR victory in each match and 1 point for the actual backgammon game victory. If they should both win 3 points total in the match and tie that way, then the tiebreak is the average PR. And so Kazuki lost all 3 games as far as the backgammon games went in the quarterfinals, won the PR race in all 3, and made it on the tiebreak with the best average PR too. I think his worst game was the really close one at a 3.46. I think he had 1 in the 1s and 1 in the 2s as well. So he seems to be back, playing pretty lights out right now. And yeah, clock's on Marc now, huh? And he's thinking about whether he has a cube. He's way down in the race, but he's got a double shot, the 6-1 on both sides. It's in another checker back. He's got such structure. He's going to win a lot of gammons when it works. Interesting. Not sure I would have thought about it, but big cube and big take as well. The take seems like, yeah, you can just be missed. You can survive if you are hit. You've got massive race lead. I like that. Your position isn't bad yet. It's not very pure, but Okay, 3-3 is a 6 that does not hit here. Very interesting. It can hit loose, actually. Sorry, 8-2. But the other play is to try to win on priming. Oh, look at this. I didn't even look at the switch is fascinating. I doubt he's going to find that. I think he's going to try to decide between blitz or prime, and a loose hit is going to be his blitz play. And how do you choose here? You've got an anchor, so you're not too scared of the loose hit. If you make this, then your opponent can just roll a 6 and turn the game around completely. If you hit loose, oh, look at this. Okay, he sees this option. And let's see if he can pull the trigger on it. It is best. Being hit with the 2 is pretty bad. So yeah, not leaving any direct shots. He likes these kinds of blitzing plays, and he does find it. This is very well executed. 5-3, perfecta from the bar. Kazuki turns around the game anyway. What a fan, just saying. 5-6, great shot from Marc, sending the second checker back. But now with some impurity, he doesn't have the same kind of threat he did before he sent the cube. Ace-6, nice return shot. Putting a checker on the bar again. Should be a little while before Kazuki would have any recube here. Of course, with an enter, this is very strong for Marc. And needs to, not as in big of a rush to escape off the 24 as he is to clean up that 11-point blot, I believe. So probably we're playing 2 checkers to the 8 here. And he does still have a huge racing lead, so if he can hang on to that, he's going to be good to go. 4-2. Not what Marc was looking for. But it must just break the 10, right? 20 to... Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry, I didn't see that he could... I thought for some reason 2s and 4s are blocks from the anchor. But yeah, that's your one loose checker that you want to play around. It's not going to hurt you too much if he rolls a 2 and hits. Going to give you a lot of returns. Not even sure he's going to want to in general. So this also helps contain when your opponent runs with 6s. Being in the outfield is important here. 2-4. I wonder if this is going to be worth buying some time to run. He could also step up with the 4 and be threatened with 5s hitting on the 20. I'm not sure. I know if you leave the blot on the bar point, there's some serious 5-2 duplication, which is kind of nice, a little safer than normal. People liking the XG board, cool. And yeah, he's going to find this play. Very good stuff. Just going to buy him time to hopefully consolidate his blots. Just got a lucky opportunity to not lead too many shots from the bar there. Mochi's kind of turned into tournament director and master of rollouts and transcription for the last couple matches. I think he's hoping to be done. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad to just sit in the booth and talk all day. Mochi likes his breaks. Doesn't necessarily want to be on there all the time, but maybe we'll get him in for another match. We'll see. Look at this. Oh, disaster 3 from the bar. But I guess the best he can do is 4-3 instead of breaking the 6. At least the checkers are live the other way, but ugh. Okay, and now Marc's cube is working out. Feeling better about that. 6-5, maybe the best we can do is just fly 2 out. Would we rather have contact for more of these screwy 3s? I don't know. I think I'd rather just have the outfield coverage right now in case he rolls a 5 or something. But okay, 15-9, 12-7 is better. We should slot the bar. Yeah, with the blotting board, that makes a lot of sense. He'd really like to make that to make sure that Kazuki can't escape with his extra blot on the 24 if he comes in on the ace. Aces. It's gonna lift and make the 7, I presume. Yeah. Simple, and no blots in board, so he can hit some fly shots if he needs to. 6-2 doesn't do much. I guess we leave two. Wow, what do we do? Not afraid of being attacked, and it looks so weird to play 12-6, and what would it be with it? 10-8? 10-8 would leave 4-3, 4-4, 6-1, 6-2. It's quite a few shots. So reasonable to think about that, I guess, but a little more dangerous to leave the anchor. She prefers this by a margin, small margin. (3-1) clears safely. Would have preferred to keep it and run a back checker. Not so lucky. Bar points made. Kazuki needs leaping fours now really badly before his position gets much worse. 4-4 is great. I think it's going to advance, yeah, all 4 checkers. Hop out. Got to dodge an ace or a 6-5. Ace hits, but he's still much better off than he was before. We got to decide which deuce we like. I don't see much of a difference. Blotting boards, you're not too much worried about being hit by the fly shot. So what do you prefer for your distribution? Oh, come off the anchor. You think it's an opportunity to do this? Could be. Yeah, 9, 7, 8, 6 are very close. One brings a checker in, I suppose, to be closer to bear off. The other one has more attackers for the 24 should your opponent enter on the ace. And he goes for it. Takes the opportunity while Kazuki is on the bar to break his anchor. Yeah, I'm really impressed with Kazuki surviving this tournament as well. Hard not to root for him. Hard not to root for Marc. Well, you just want to see everyone play their best, play really crazy PRs. It's been exciting. I feel like people were playing A+ on day one. Fatigue's getting to people a little bit in the hot Marbella sun, I suppose. It's just been a lot of play. This is a really challenging format for stamina as well. Some players have been asking about that. If that's the goal, to challenge that too. Maybe we'd see better PRs with more breaks between matches, but we have so many to play to get what we want as like a definitive result kind of thing. So the schedule's got to be a bit aggressive. Double 5s. Just needed any 6 or 4. That's not going to be so good. Not much board threat. Good for the race, kind of. Not terrible for the race. Okay. Marc's happy to clear. Odd on the outside, though, so got a little bit of risk out there. 6-3. I don't see any, I guess big sets are the immediate disasters. 5-3 is a little bit awkward, but it'll survive. And this is the issue with using your last spare on the 6. I wonder if maybe he was not supposed to do that to make the ace, but I think that's how he did it. 6-4 can bury to the ace, or with 2 checkers dead behind, he could just run over. Oh, he can run out with 2. Maybe race is your best game plan. You're wasting 6 quite a bit, so you're down a lot in the race, but is your contact so good after you bury to the ace anyway? Your opponent should have a lot of shot leaving numbers, but maybe they're mitigated after you run with 1 with some pick and pass and loose hit kind of numbers with a better board. Running with 1 doesn't feel like it could be the theme here. And burying the ace just feels weird. It's so bad for the race. Maybe we just preserve what we have left. Double Falcon. Kind of like that play. So we'd have to run through our numbers and find which one's really bad. 6-3 must be a real problem. I guess any big 6, 6-4, 6-5 as well are going to leave shots. Is that what we want here? We still have a 4. We can't even really capitalize on it. Rolls like 5-4, 5-3, double 5s. Double 5s leaves a shot. 5-4, 5-3 probably. Well, 5-3 doesn't. 5-4 probably doesn't. You probably just clear the 6. Not good though. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't seem like enough to me to stay back. So I am kind of rooting for double Falcon here. And 20 to 10 was right. Wow, that was the play that I had ruled out. And naturally, he finds it as the best one. Great job. I think he's probably happy he stayed now. Threes, I think just going to bring both checkers in. We're going to stay for one more shot at that 8 point. Even though we're super close in the race now. No wonder if Marc will see that he's only, like, not really ahead, and you just have to hit when that's the case. Especially when you've got your opponent outboarded. You kind of turn it into a 2-to-1 proposition, right? Your opponent only hits with 11 numbers. When they don't, you're going to win a lot of the time. I guess it doesn't clean up that nice, so it's a little different here. But when you don't, you let your opponent escape in an even race holding the cube, which is quite bad. And so he does find the hit. I guess everything should probably clean up pretty well next roll. 2-6 misses. Maybe really, no. I wonder, is there anything that leaves a shot? I'm not even sure. 4 cleans up, and then we either clear or take 2 off. It looked like it would be tough to cover, but I forgot that you could lift or rip with 5s, all these kinds of things, so I think it's pretty safe. The 2's a miss, and it's looking like Marc's likely to win 2 points here. Default blunder settings are 0.08, but you can configure that. So I've seen most of these players when they run it on their laptops have it set to like 0 or 0.02, ridiculous things like that, because they just want to see everything that's not quite technically accurate. Thinking about it more like right or wrong. When you get down this low, you got to work on those things instead of just your blunders. So most of us humans, it's more practical to just look at the big ones. And Kazuki's gained some ground in this race, hasn't he? 1 set and he'll be on catch up. Okay. Transcriber got to catch up. It gets tough in the bear off. They move fast. Hard to see the dice.
Ja.
And gonna need 2 sets starting now. Misses, and that'll take us to 2-1. 5 away, 6 away. Nothing too funky going on at the score. Marc's got to slow down a little bit because recubes are always scary when you're leading even by a point. But it doesn't affect it too much. PR is looking really strong. Players being presented with some difficult decisions too. 6-1 makes the bar. Four. This is standard 2. 20 and 9. Double 2s. Do we just take the anchor? Do we? Yeah. This seems like the best way to fight. Don't want to prime ourselves. 5-4. And this might be the simplest game we've had in a while. Not a lot to do in a close race mutual holding game. You get the opportunity, you're going to run, but neither player has enough lead to be thinking about crazy anchor breaking plays. They're just going to try to keep structure in front. So yeah, now some sort of, I think 13-11, and maybe I think we'd like to make the 4 more than we'd like to switch like this. I'm not sure. Guess maybe if he feels like he's leading his race enough, he should do this. But this controls the anchor nicely. Plenty of time to play behind later. Very close, both of them. 6-3, sure, we'll make a point just in case some sort of contact happens eventually. 4-1. Yeah, doesn't want to use his last 6. Okay. 6-3. This looks like it's going to be 2 checkers off the 7, unless he really needs to preserve a 6 as well. If that's your 3, then I think we know it. Oh. Yeah, that's right. 2 blots on board does give a tactical opportunity to break the midpoint. No contact out there anymore. Can't hit with fly shots, so good find. They're obviously kind of have the feeling that I feel like Marc's turning it on a little bit here in the quarter and semifinals now. You know, he had a lot of work trying to run the tournament too in earlier days. Now that he's qualified, he seems very focused and like he's looking over these plays more, finding these opportunities, not really overlooking anything. 2's close race, but you can maybe buy yourself a little bit of time by coming out to the bar. Confusing though, who has the more timing trouble? If you stay back, your opponent has very difficult 6s, it would seem. If we go, okay, this is interesting. I'm not sure I'd even find that play. I'm thinking about covering the 4 automatically, but if you continue all the way to the 16, now your opponent used to have an opportunity with like 4-5, 4-6, 5-6 to hop out maybe and dominate the outfield. Now that we've given up our midpoint, this takes control of it again. So I think this is a really nice find, linking up with his front army too. Okay, 5s is going to ruin that plan. Just going to come around and race and win. Probably can't cash next roll, but he'll be in the ballpark. 2-1 might do it. Might get a cube to come along anyway. Kazuki has some interesting posture. Yeah, they kind of they all do in the we were talking about that. I think we all have our impressions of each player over the board. The Marc impression involves like a little head forward motion whenever he's focusing at things. Kind of like moves his head towards, and you'll see. Check it out. To tell that he's thinking. 4-1, and Kazuki has to think about the race now. And look at this. This 5 pips was not enough to keep him in the game. Very borderline. Kazuki finds the easy racing cube, and Marc has a little tougher decision. There it is. There's the head poke. He's in focus mode. He's got to look forward a little bit. Kazuki trying to rest when it's not on him. Marc, is that a stupid score? 5-way? Oh, people don't like that score? What's wrong with stupid score? If you win a gammon, you get to Crawford. Getting to Crawford's pretty rad. So I don't know. I guess it kind of is. It's not as good as 4-way for sure. I mean, I don't know if I think of 5-way as a stupid score as much as 4-way is just an outrageously good score. 2-way is a stupid score. Marc's going to take it. Very break even. Probably some score influence on this, given those numbers. Tough to know that. Not much of an error was made. Looks fine. And it does look like it would be a take at 1-1, yeah. Or I don't know, 1-1. At even score at money. Yeah, Han's saying that at 5-way your opponent has a low take point. Not sure if that's because, again, guess you can say that that's because 5-way is a stupid score, but that's because you don't want to let your opponent get to 4-way so easily. 3-way isn't really worse if it is at all. So you're more inclined to play. 5-2 is gonna, yeah, 7-2 for sure, and then I'm not sure what the best distribution with the deuce is gonna be. I don't really like going to the 3, but what are you gonna do? Can't be too big. Probably best to make a decision, leave some time on the clock. Look at that, I didn't even notice that he's already down to 5 minutes, 42 seconds. Just a couple points into this game. He has been spending a lot more time to think about things, like I said. Good indication that he's gonna find the plays down enough in the race that he wants to stay with the contact now. This should be 7 to ace. He's got to look at it. I guess he's going to count. But I think you'd prefer to make Kazuki wastes some. Oh, and I'm wrong. Okay. Close. But yeah, that's the play I'd find. Let's give plus plus has different opinions about it. 6-3 gonna clear naturally. I guess dumping checkers to the deuce and ace is not good for a tight race anyway, so maybe you just take your better distribution and leave is the idea there. Everyone's still asking about Kazuki not feeling well. You either know who that is or you don't. That's fine. Five-one. Okay. Kazuki hanging on to a racing lead, likely to get to that awesome four-way score pretty quickly here. What was what? The verdict? I'm not sure what you mean. Racing game, close take. Kazuki's likely to win 2 points. That was a 64 cube. Like it. Our friend Mate. I think he's had that same suit on the entire vacation. I'll see him in the pool in it every day. Kazuki wins with a final V in Mochi's living room. I don't know. They rented that nice place for it, and they did something much smarter. Of course, I mean, it would be cool if they did something on site like that again, but it's also nice to get out to a tournament and do it in conjunction like that. Yeah, when your opponent makes the 4 point, 20 point goes up in value, and you're also using the wrong spares to make the 5 point, a little bit better to make and stack up the 6 with the race. This is a tricky play to find. No, it's a different guy. That's not the guy that doesn't chip your scoreboard. That came out. Said hi. I share a room with him here. He is the wizard of tournament transcription and recording. You see him at all the major European stuff. Does really good work. He's been doing that for a couple of years. I think most people that have been out to these tournaments know him. Okay, Marc prioritizes the split over fearing the blitz. Interesting. After making the deuce, I'd be really scared to do that, but your opponent has an anchor, so you've got to have one too, and it's time. But now, you know, opens up this roll where Kazuki gets this and is likely to hit 2. Not sure what the second play B would be. Maybe, I guess we could give up the mid, make 2 points, but I mean, it just seems, oh, we can make the 5 point? Yeah, let's make the 5 point. I don't care if we leave a direct shot. I think it's just if you get the chance to do that, you got to do it. Now that I see that, this seems like a very weak alternative. And he sees it, makes the structure. What do we got? Is this double 5s? Okay, great racing number. He could bring it all the way around to the 6 and bring 13 to 8. Does he want to do something better about distribution? There isn't really anything better about distribution, so why not? Evens out the race actually. So he was so far down that it's just close now. But I still think this is must be a pretty clear play. Yeah, yeah. I'll tell you though, Marc does not like making racing plays with the 5s. He really likes making the 3. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him make a play like this, but we'll see. We'll see if he can find the idea here. This currently is a point behind the anchor. You're still under the gun from a better board. So it's really important for a lot of reasons to get out of that spot. And it's not so important to have another board point. It's not really protecting you from being attacked from those 10 checkers in the zone for Kazuki with his deuce point made. 5-2. It's gonna stack up the 8, I'm pretty sure. Oh, this is another interesting distribution play. Okay, leaves the 6-4, but I like it. It's a little less stacky. 5's gonna be down, and then do we want to step past with the deuce? Brings us under more attacking range, helps us escape. Probably not though. I think we're happy to hop with the 6 instead. Like this play. Double 2s is likely to make the 4 point, and then what else? When we have the deuce already, we don't like the 8 as much. Usually it's a better point than a lot of board points. Not the 4 point, but I don't know. They're probably close, but yeah. Yeah, I like this play. Reduce blots. 6 deuce, he'd love to run and be away from contact, but is scared to do it with the double shots, so he's just going to make a board point. Seems reasonable. And now Kazuki has quite a bit of threats going with 10 in the zone and a nice 4-point board. At the 4-way score is a big piece of this. Might be a lot closer cube for money for even scores, but the fact that he could win some gammons and win the match on those gammons means that he really needs to push it and find this cube. Can be a very large error if he doesn't, and he knows the score well enough, sends it. And probably the tough decision, given that it's 4-way, is on Marc here now. It's hard to take single checker back cubes if you don't have race and things like that. And he does have some race, so he's just going to snap it. Probably doesn't realize how real the gammon threat is here. Thinks it's a fairly straightforward take. But that was kind of close. Plus might even bring it closer. And now Kazuki's decision is, do I jump on the blitz opportunity at the score? Or do I just bring a checker in and threaten more? They're very close. It's just, I don't know, when you have a higher point open, it's hard to hit on the ace. But it feels like the theme of the position. I'm surprised they're not closer than this. But yeah, it's fine to just take your 8 pips lead. Your opponent doesn't always roll a 6. And when he doesn't, you're going to have even more in the zone to attack. You don't leave the 6-4 turnaround anymore. So lots of reasons to make this play. Just looks very pretty. Looks like where the checker wants to be, doesn't it? Oh, cool. So he goes with a hitting play. That's fine. Gets a fan out of it, and that's huge. That's going to bring Kazuki very close to winning match 1. Cleans up the blot, plays a little safe. It's important to make sure we win here. You want to win a gammon, but you still need to consolidate, make sure you get at least the 2 points. Don't open up to a bunch of turnarounds. Don't need to play so aggressive. No safe plays here, so I think... Oh, weird. I would have been thinking instantly about checker in the zone for the blitz, but it's more important, just like I was saying, to win the game and play 20 to 15. Get those back checkers moving while you still have your outfield link. Oh, cool. Some business going on in the chat. Okay. I knew we could get a take point scoreboard to that guy somehow. And yeah, currently with the PR race, Kazuki could scoop match 1. Very good point. 20 to 15 links. And look at those gammons creeping up while the wins do as well. (6-3). Yeah, I guess all the way to the 4 looks pretty strong. Still leaves a 3-1. Less blots, though. What a shot from Marc. Needs a deuce from the bar, or an ace or a 3. I don't know. There's plenty coming. 5 deuce. Okay. Now the gammon's back on for real. A 3-point is just going to completely change this game. into a nice holding game with very few gammons. Misses though. Kazuki really needs, he does have some big numbers that are going to hit loose along with those little numbers, the 3 and the 1. Doesn't get any of it. So I think maybe we're back in consolidating the win mode, which means, oh, I was thinking 15, 13, 20 to 14, and they're very close. Now preventing the anchor and winning the gammon is getting more important with 2 checkers back. 2-1 is going to hit and probably lift. Feels early to do that. I don't know. I miss opportunities for that, but I would just be playing 13 to 11 with it. And fair error. Yeah, the switch seems like a more natural play if you're trying to play a little bit safer or something. I don't know. Bring some covers in the range. 6-5. Why not make a point? Oh, he's got 2 in the air. That's why you don't make a point. So yeah, let's go for distribution. Man, I've been missing that all weekend. That's funny. Two six, no entry, and yeah, Kazuki must be a large favorite to make the gammon and win the match now. 2 in, and maybe do we play to the ace for distribution? We don't want to slot, but maybe we 6-2 just feels like it's for the evenness of the bear off. A little more pure. Yeah, I don't know. It's a better place to be taking checkers off. You don't want to stack up the ace. So this is a tricky decision. Obviously, you're going to get a couple more numbers to close the 3 if you maintain the checker on the 6. And yeah, some of these like blitz decisions have taken, I think if I had to guess, Kazuki would still be favored to win the PR race during the bear off because he's going to get so many decisions that tend to be fairly easy. So I think his PR will come down, and Marc's not going to get nearly as many. He's just going to keep fanning on the bar. So if Kazuki's decisions bring him down below that 2.5, should be a big favorite to scoop this match still. As long as he doesn't run anything too tricky. 6-5 he's going to know how to play, and that might be enough to get him there. Even. I suppose once Marc comes in with both, he'll probably start, he might start to get to some decisions about gammon saving, but it's not clear. They might not really count. This looks natural to me. Keeps us even on the outside. Yeah, we always got Mochi in the chat. Mochi, they want to hear you in commentary too. Always happy to do a swap out. Stop by if you want to say hi. And oh, he misses the aces play, which is going to bring him back up and behind in the PR race. That was crucial. It probably wasn't even that big of a decision, but that's going to be the difference in the PR race in the match potentially. Of course, we're going to have to take it to ++ to find out for sure. Presuming he wins this gammon, of course, and it looks very likely. Yeah, I think it's locked up. 100% gammons. Sometimes it's easier to roll it and find out. Maybe Kazuki gets the only decisions, but yeah, preliminarily 1 point to each in a very tight PR race. Great match. And we'll see if we're going to come back with Kazuki and Marc round 2, or if we're going to bring Dirk and Thomas up top to play on the stream. There's actually, if you can imagine where the camera is, directly behind the camera, below the stage is where the other table is. He's trying to get Wilson to turn the camera around, but he's got it all lined up perfect, and I don't want to mess with him. So they're right back there. And I do want to switch back and forth so we can see both of them play in the semifinals. Who's this guy right here on the transcription? I don't recognize him. But yeah, it's nice if you lose the PR point to not lose it by very much like this. Still have a chance to jump ahead in the overall tiebreak race. Exciting stuff. I'm going to wander out there and see what's going on with Dirk's match. Dirk and Thomas. All right, who's still with me here? It's just out watching the Dirk and Thomas match. Dirk has Thomas at 1 away, 4 away post Crawford. Dirk leading in the first match. They're going to continue on down at that board. Final results of the first round between Marc and Kazuki hold. Marc wins the PR battle at a 2.26 now after rollout. Kazuki right at that 2.70. So great results for both of them. But it's 1-1. We're going to continue on into the second match. I think we will switch to bring Dirk and Thomas up for match 3 in both matches. Yeah. Wonder if Kazuki looked at those aces. Those are always tricky. Almost looks like a, yeah, tough plays. What did I miss in the chat? Next match is coming up right now. That was a minute ago. Yeah. Yeah, there is kind of players follow PR religiously and try to take their attention away from luck. There's an element to that for sure. It's I mean, the game is so frustrating and so hard to know you're ever doing the right thing. So you have to just believe in the PR a little bit. So focusing on it helps you ignore kind of when the dice don't go your way, you know. Ooh, Marc with the advertising dollars again. Okay. Guess we've settled on our sponsor here. Luck is not enough. Definitely not in the long run. Sometimes not in the short run. Spectators having more problem with the rules than the players. I'm not sure what that means, Benjamin, but okay, on the stream here. PR is a scam. Not sure what that means. That's funny. Sem saying he wants to quit his backgammon with his 8 to 9 PR. What about studying and getting better, dude? It's an option. Or just playing your game the best you can. Okay, on a fan with the blot back on the 23 point. We got no cube, but it's very close. Suki doesn't need much more. Interesting. I don't actually know the follow-up on here, whether it's 13 to 8 or hit loose. Yeah, that makes sense. You got to bring an attacker in the zone. Can't risk losing it to attack on the deuce. Too deep. And one more fan. This is going to be a cube for sure now. And usually 9 checkers is right in the middle like this. Clear take. Clear double. 10 is a very strong blitz as a rule of thumb. 10 checkers in the zone. 6, I think we can hit now. Bring 13 to 11 down. Yes, this is the semifinal already. Kazuki defeated Ali in a very close match, and he just keeps getting through by the skin of his teeth. Is that a thing? I don't know. By something close. Had to survive the DMP tiebreaker with Tim Cross. Edged out Ali on something that looked like he had lost, but went to roll out court with the ++ and got there. And look at this. Good luck finding the 6 to 4 blitz. Easier to cover. A lot of times these goofy looking switches like this, that's a big element of them. So after you play 13-11 and 13-9, 6 to 4 turns both your builders into direct covers. So why not? Okay, he's going to make a major split instead. Understandable. Hard to find those. It's probably even easier to see when it's like when you're switching like 6 to 5 or something like this, or some direct one. It's not often that you see switching with the deuce. But we got the closed board. Pending any disasters, Marc should be cruising to a gammon to start this match. Nice to have the point. Yeah, someone says Marc's PR was lower because he was dancing all game. It does seem to be that it's easier to have the best PR when when you're losing. You kind of get these like easier decisions in a way. Interesting that you don't want to pick up the checker for some reason. Why not? Could win a backgammon. I don't know. Not sure what that decision was about. Seems like an old kind of classic rule of thumb that you don't want the third checker. Third checker is the one that makes you lose or something like that. Whatever. But anyway, so yeah, sometimes trailing you get the easier decisions, but no less what it makes this about is, in a way, like you have to survive your Joker games. You have to play those right too. And if you can do that, you have a chance to win 2 PR points or average better. But chances are that you're going to get both sides of the coin across the many matches across the last few days. And then even in these just 3 matches, you're likely to be on both sides of it. But it adds an element of luck too. But certainly more skill than just regular backgammon in that sense, where if you didn't have to win the PR, you could just roll better for 3 matches and win that way. This one, you have to roll better and survive PR races. It's a different kind of luck that you're rooting for too, as the players have noticed. And yeah, good point in the chat that dancing on the bar does not register as a decision. So when he's just entering and has no options, for sure, of course, a lot of times that happens. Kazuki had potentially a bunch of easy Baron decisions to bring his PR down, as I talked about in the moment. But some of them were difficult and cost him a little bit. Nigel, I guess, asking if we should account for PR in the format or luck in the format. I don't know. The analysis isn't perfect. Tends to run out a pretty low setting, and it would take us another day to analyze the luck at a proper ++ setting. But all it is measuring like the difference between average roll and what you got or something like that. I don't know. It's not the best metric. I wouldn't pay too much attention to it. So when you see it on the screen here, the analysis setting for luck is sufficiently low that it doesn't mean a whole lot. You'll end up with a lot of results that are confusing that way, where it looks like you got luckier and play better, but then also won the match. How could that be? Yeah, someone points out if he makes a big blunder early and then gets stuck on the bar and has no chance to improve it. True again. Again, though, yeah, someone else in there, 2.7, 2.3. Great PRs either way. Awesome stuff. Yeah, let's debate the merits of PR some more. The format is what it is, guys. This is what we're doing. And I like it. 6 in, little chance of saving the gammon now. Probably would have liked to stay on the bar and hope that Marc rolls something large, awkward. And both playing lights out. I always wonder if these register as decisions or not. Doesn't look like it did for Kazuki there, because he's already lost the gammon probably. Oh no, it registered. Maybe he made some super tiny minuscule mistake on this particular setting. Fine. That's right, it's supposed to register as decisions because he's staying back, potentially losing a backgammon, and as long as he comes out eventually and doesn't, he's not going to lose equity on it, you know, but does need to make the proper decision to get off the backgammon in the end. Thanks, Shah. Yeah, plenty of clowns. Got to keep the clowns engaged too. And 4-0 to start. This is kind of going quick. 3-2 split. Trailing in the match. I'm not sure. 3-2 down might be a little bit better. Curious about what analysis says. I would have assumed you'd want to make a gammonish play. Should be pretty visible in his PR when we see it. 2 and 3 hits, and maybe a very tiny mistake since he's at 0.013 now. Sometimes those come down to preference. Marc anchors up. Very strong roll for him. 2-4. Do we make the 9 or the anchor? Oh, look how close those are. Thing is, when we make the anchor, oh no, we can't make the anchor, yeah, because all we have is 13-9, so it's saying make some offensive structure. And it's actually comparable to just make the 4-point behind to pressure the blot. Your opponent's going to be hesitant to hit anyway. Kazuki sees this, wants to have a productive 4. When we do this, we don't have one. Just blots everywhere in front, race is too close to support this. Not to mention he's leading the race, so he just doesn't fit his game plan. Someone says to put 3 on the roof was one of the weirdest decisions. I thought he should do that. I was surprised he skipped it one time before. I think it wins more gammons more easily, some backgammon sometimes. Someone wants to hear me make an audiobook reading Zenyak's book, huh? He's got a pretty nice voice too. You might want to hear him read it instead. Not sure. Yeah, I'm available though. I've never done that before. 6-3 makes the bar, clears up a point or a blot. Yeah, what if I just misspeak everything like this? Then do you want me narrating it? And we have nothing, but he's considering the cube because he's got, for money, maybe this is reasonable, more reasonable. Starting to get there. I mean, he's got the high anchor. He's got his opponent prime, but it's really just a gappy 4 prime. I don't know. He's got a lot of work to do. And I think it starts with, yeah, this 24-20. If we can get that checker around working with our priming game plan as well, then being down in the race doesn't matter. But along the way, Kazuki's going to have some fly shots, opportunities, maybe split, things like that. Face made for radio. Harsh, man. Let's see. Yeah, and actually splitting twice and kind of distracting. What is this play? This looks terrifying. He's got such a good board. I don't want to come out to the bar. Why do I want to do this? Might slot it when he's there too. I guess this doesn't look like one where we have so much race timing that you want to do this. This play makes a little more sense to me. Thanks, Reese. 6-5 is going to point. Great shot. And now we're going to be in the driver's seat if Kazuki can't do something with this roll. Maybe even if he does. Deuce 4 stuck behind a 4 prime. I guess nothing. Again, Marc has 3 checkers back. Kazuki's got some life. So we got to keep rolling for now, especially at the score. I mean, again, you can just never send a cube at the score and be fine. We need Wilson here to say that with his nice Russian accent. I think that would work perfectly. But he's going to think about it because, you know, I think if you ran this for money, this has to be a cube. You have to know you're dominating the position. It's just really hard to send an efficient one at 3-way, but this is, again, the kind of position where you would think that you could. Not a ton of volatility in it. You just have your opponent a little bit crushed, a little bit stuck behind, you know, 4 prime on a deep anchor that he doesn't want. So it looks like, in general, not a lot should change in this game. But with 3 back, there's still time for things to happen. Maybe he doesn't cover the 8-point. Maybe he has no landing field in the out or no landing point in the outfield. Has difficulty bringing that check around the 20 around. Leaves a lot of fly shots along the way. It's just going to be plenty of chances for Kazuki to play this out. If he knew the numbers, could predict 71, 72. That tends to not be enough at this score. Right around 75 is probably good. We've occasionally had some guest commentators. I'm not too tired though. I came planning on doing this. Yeah, 2 blots behind the anchor and board. He's just going to make the bar point, continue structure. It seems fine. And Kazuki gets a hit and cover. Definitely going to take a chance on that. See if he can survive this game. And he's not hit. So now, trailing score, we got to think about some things. Blot on the bar. Ooh. Maybe you have to ship it. I was going to say you probably need a little more work, like a 6 out, to be able to send this. But at 708, 308, you really don't want to lose your market. You always have that blot on the 2-point, though. That's difficult to cover since your 5s are duplicated with hitting. Your 6s you want to play out. I've been drinking coffee, don't worry. Aster wants to hear Karen. I've been thinking we need some player interviews. Maybe we can work that out somehow. That'd be fun. I'd like to hear more about what Ryan thinks about playing over the board, why that was more difficult. People interested in seeing checker versus cube action. Maybe we can post some results like that afterward, some post-processing. That's probably, I don't know, Mochi, Wilson, Tua, all of us are kind of scrambling to get all these results together. I don't know if they're going to have the appetite for doing a little bit more post-match analysis quite yet. Oh, cool. We are going to do those interviews. Okay. I'm excited for that. And I wonder what this is. We haven't seen the analysis from 2. I think he just swapped out with Mate. Oh, he's busy on his phone. Poke him for me, Wilson. I want to see a hand go across the screen behind Marc's head. We got some time. Okay, and Kazuki decides to roll. What I really have no clue. So the hit, this looks like a market loser probably. Great shot. And yeah, it misses a small double at the score. How do you calculate that? Just very difficult. I might have erred on the side of sending at the score. 1 in is enough to make you think about it again. But, I mean, we got 5 checkers back there. Didn't win a lucky gammon here and there, and it's gotten a lot bigger now. Now he really needs to send it. The take pass is kind of more in question. I think Marc will know with a checker behind and an anchor, he's probably not going to be inclined to pass this. If anything, he would probably underestimate the gammons here. So I expect to see a cube coming, and I expect to see a fairly quick take, but he's thinking about it. Okay. Good. As I said, he's been taking his time on all the big decisions today. Really seems in the zone and focused. Yeah, I wish we could get guest commentators or like teams in here, but we just have the one microphone. So we got Simon and he passes. Okay. Not a big mistake, I don't think, if it is at all. See on ++. Very reasonable. Big lead in the match. Why do you want to risk maybe getting gammon and even it up? But yeah, as I was saying, all we have is just I'm borrowing Maggie's laptop here still, as I mentioned. Shout out to Maggie, of course. Tony's wife from earlier in the tournament. She was here playing part of our seminars too. But it's just that with the USB headset plugged in. I'm not sure we haven't tested out plugging another headset in or anything like that. So we're doing our best. As far as getting tired, I don't get tired. Commentating machine. It's gonna make the 5-point. Okay. How do you like that? Missing a .045 sensitive score cube is enough to temporarily fall down behind in the PR race for Kazuki. And that's how sharp these guys are playing. Do we want to step up under the gun in this position? I'm not sure. Guess for lack of another option, maybe. But I'm scared to come in range of that, yeah, this stack and maybe get hit twice. Someone asking why Thomas Christensen isn't here. Him and about half the crowd aren't because of COVID restrictions and travel requirements, and it just became too much for a lot of people. They had to cancel last minute. Really too bad, but really happy with the field we assembled for this anyway. Obviously been a very high level of competition. So I think we did okay, but I'll be excited to see a lot of those names back for next year. Someone asking after a long day commentating if I dream about backgammon. No, after playing I do. It can be awful. Sometimes I don't sleep because I just try to solve problems and I've been thinking about it. But I feel like this is pretty relaxing for me. I don't have any pressure on me to get things right. I can just talk about what I'm seeing and sleep like a baby. Yeah, Miche and Hideaki on the list of people that didn't make it. Thomas Christensen. Dogfin was supposed to come. Last year I was sad about missing any US players, and we had a couple top players from the US that were planning on being here. Lots of people that would have been really excited to see. Wilcox Snelling's active in all the forums. Bob Wachtel, popular author too. A lot of backgammon books, plays a really sharp game. 4-3 should just consolidate the plot, I think. And even though we're winning the race by a lot, I think why give him the tempo to come home? And Marc's going to keep that goalkeeper as long as practical. Double twos. Yeah, switching 9 to 7 seems fine. Don't let put a little more pressure on that 24-point blot. And he's going to be careful about finding the right time to step up to that anchor. I don't think now is it. For now, it's kind of putting pressure on him. And trailing in the match, yeah, maybe it didn't matter much because here comes the cube. Kazuki has escaped. Big racing lead, 3 checkers back, dominating this position. Easy, might even be a money pass, and so Marc's going to find this pretty easy. Did he miss a few before escaping? That would make a lot of sense since he lost his market by quite a bit, almost too good. Hard to see in those. It just feels like there's too much play. Yeah, got a Dogfin fan in the chat. Indeed, very strong player. 3-1. Ouchian inserting his PR race in this particular one, missing those cubes. Score stuff is confusing. 5-away, 3-away, it's a little easier to know you need to be aggressive. Wow, those must have been big too. Yeah, we see some blunders show up in the double area on that. So if Marc can keep it clean, he's going to be in really great shape to advance here. Given a little bit by Kazuki here. I'm not sure Kiko is a UBC player. She hasn't been in it before. I've heard people suggest that she's not particularly interested in that kind of format, like many of you, for example. Thanks for being here anyway. But yeah, it's not for everyone, but of course I think she'd do great in the field too. Very sharp player. Four in, make the 8. This is a great shot by Marc. And now Kazuki's got some big threats behind structure, but I think this is just going to hit. Look at that. For some reason, cleaning up is fine too. Got to respect the rack. It's scary to hit there. Even though you have an anchor, you really don't want another checker behind all that structure. Three, 5. Yeah, we're going to enter and either play down or come in. Don't want to leave a direct 6, so I think cleaning up makes a lot of sense. And again, still at 3-away. Though Marc has got a firm advantage in this position, he's going to have to really lock it down to want to send a cube. 5-2 is going to work on our board a little bit. Sure, so it's good. He's going to need to get that blot on the 22 moving. Marc thinks he might have it here already, and he's kind of close, but thinks better of it. In a race like this, you can afford to send a little bit more like money or even score. Gonna leave fly shots with the blot and board. Good opportunity to do it. This makes a lot of sense. Yeah, people asking about why Mochi isn't playing. This tournament is to determine who's going to be the challenger this year, given that Mochi is last year's contender, so he doesn't need to play to win. Interesting. Marc hasn't really improved, so I'm not sure. I guess he could make the bar and feels like that would be strong. Maybe he's wondering if the 4 shots are market losers. Got to think about it, but it's also lost a little bit of timing. Doesn't look like much of an improvement to me. It's also volatility, right? Like you're thinking less about market losers at this score and more about having your opponent crushed in a simple game. You want to get to something pretty static. But yeah, people asking why Mochi isn't playing because yeah, he gets to go there because he's the champ. Doesn't have to play this. This determines the contender. This is not a satellite. My understanding is for next year, there will be satellites running to get to the contender tournament. We got to figure out who the best other backgammon player is to challenge the champ. And I think there's a little prize money in it too for whoever wins. Obviously prestige. And look at this. It does feel kind of automatic to make the structure, but it's an opportunity to get off the anchor, consolidate the game. There's still a blot and board. We can hit with tempo, not leave that many shots. Definitely not getting hit without leaving a blot and board too and risking a bunch of gammons. So now's the time. When's there going to be a better time? Maybe he thinks with the 5 prime he doesn't have to fear anything, but yeah, finds the right play. It's very strong. And a fan, and now we could be somewhere we consolidated, but it also risks a lot just getting too good once we get here. And look at this. Marc with 0.07. Sub 1 PR. That's always gross to see. And he just has a feel for it. Knows that he's at the time. Kazuki's going to pass it. Not worrying about being too good. Not a ton of gammons in that kind of position. There are some with a 3rd checker behind the prime, but mostly it's just a resolved position and you're not going to win. So good cube. Hideaki Ueda is another victim of traveling requirements, not being able to make it here. People asking why he didn't come along this time. When do tournaments happen without this PR stuff? Always. Maybe every weekend. I think Trier is coming up soon with the big world condition competition and things like that. That's the big international one. There's always something going on in the US and around. Things have been picking up despite COVID. I don't know, they might start slowing down again soon. Hope not. It's been nice to kind of get things rolling again. Everyone's missed live backgammon. This looks awkward to put 2 checkers on the 7, but I think, yeah, you got to do it. You're not going to switch to the ace. Priming's just too nice. And again, Marc with a very static leading position where he could get to somewhere where he can cube at 2 away even. Yeah, now he's got to think if it's time to break the anchor and play the race. I would have thought so. Doesn't win more though. Why can't we do it here? Guess he's not winning the race enough. Board's very strong. This feels like a very natural play. Maybe because it ran on 2-ply, it's a little different. The gammons are pretty one way. Very unlikely that, yeah, if he gets hit, he could lose one. Very volatile. But the numbers are showing that it just doesn't win as much. So I would have thought that it had something to do with the score and cube action and things like that. But it's just an inferior play here. Hard to know when to leave your anchor and when not to. Very hard. I guess the thing about this is that Kazuki's very exposed in his board. There's a great attacking and blitzing game plan. bringing a little bit of material to work on that. You're not really running out of time on your front position. You're not winning the race by that much. Not like you can cube after this play. Exactly, I don't think. Tricky. But he goes for it, and yeah, I think that's a very difficult mistake to avoid. And interesting, Justin points out that actually Kazuki is dealing with some timing issues in his position that the bar point is causing problems with, and Marc just released that with this play. Now after a fan, equal board, he's just going to roll. This must be a two-way. Would have felt like that would be a cube. I know you're behind a bunch of structure, but you can't risk like making the. Barely need to be winning. I'm just so worried about making a board point and losing my marker or something like that. Probably close. And yeah, I don't think Marc's running out of timing, so he doesn't need to do something like hop out of the bar up to the bar again. He can afford this 13-7. Very interesting position. A lot of these feel like in most positions that's the kind of thing you want to do, but every position in backgammon's a little bit different, and this distraction play isn't what the position needs here. He does come out to the bar again. Another very understandable mistake. We've seen this happen kind of time and again. We get into these positions that are so hard. And look at this score. Turns out that this play provokes enough to ship the cube too. Could be an issue with it. 2 blunders in a row and still under 3. So we got to figure out if we. He's got to know for sure he wants to take this. He's got a pretty strong front position. Yeah, gonna snap it up. Knows the race is close, because it's not as risky as the most sensitive score. But great shot for Hideaki or for Kazuki. Great return by Marc, of course. Was in big danger of a 6' being closed on him. 1-4. We're gonna hit again. Continue the attack. Kazuki would love to score a gammon to get to Crawford here. And a fan is going to help him do that. And with a lot of relatively simple blitz kind of decisions, could see his PR drop quite a bit too. I don't know if it'll be enough. He got hit pretty hard with those cubes. Equity must be similar. 1-6. Now does it call for the jump out? Less number is attack now. Yeah, and if he gets away with it, he has outfield control. This makes a lot of sense. Ace hits, though. Probably continues to the 4. Good distribution, less return shots from the bar. 3-4 is a fan. Another fan. Everyone's suspecting that Kazuki is hungover. It's funny if you don't know that he's really suffering, I guess. But yeah, be nice to the guy. I don't know how he's surviving through this tournament. 3 days. He seems to be building up energy through the day, which is nice. Yeah. Kazuki versus Ryan would have been a funny matchup. Kind of how slow and deliberate he's playing today and how fast Ryan plays. Yeah, all the people suspecting that everyone's playing poker over the board doesn't tend to be the case in this game, but fun to think about, I guess. I think it's considered rude in backgammon probably if you're doing something to try to intimidate your opponent into a mistake. It's a gentleman's game. Six one is going to come in, I think. Guess he worries about double sixes, reasonable. Avoids it. The perfect bear off distribution. Very likely to go to Crawford here. I'd love to see hopefully we'll get an update on the PR race here to see how much he's coming down. I think he's been finding a lot of good plays here. Oh, another person asking what the pip count is. So the game, you just bear all the checkers off, right? It's the number of spaces you have to move to bear all your checkers off. Which is a good way to estimate who's closer to home. Yep. Kazuki in PR grinding mode. Needs to dodge a deuce now. Had an awkward bear off roll. Aces, okay. Mike needs to dodge a backgammon for the win now. That could never happen, right? 6-3, backgammon saves.
Remember to play.
And there we are. Marc's gonna have to navigate a gammon go Crawford game. Same with Kazuki, managing the gammon save position. Reese implementing the pimp count. Okay. They're out there. I feel like the women actually win that count quite a bit. And a fan. That's ugly. Good start for Kazuki. Pull by in the running. Can't disagree. 5-1. What do we do with this? Do we could split to the bar? We could come in on the 20, of course, but then we have to slot or step up, something like that. Just not a little bit awkward. Ace 4. I think I just split to the 20 in here. I'm not sure. Could also come in on the ace and bring it 5 down. What's going to win you some gammons here? Yeah, I think, yeah, the score kind of maybe is a hint with this. Come in on the 20 and just slot. No, it's DMP plus gammons are one way, so why not provoke a bunch of contact here and try to win that way? You're down in the race, 3 checkers back, down in the structure, down in everything. You got to make something happen in this position. And this is kind of the natural play. Maybe for money or something, it makes sense since you're losing. You have to play a little bit more conservative, but at the score, got to go for it. Percentage of BG players that are female, low. I don't know if it's comparable to other ones. I don't know. I really don't have a clue what it is in either. Less than it should be. And now, yeah, in gammon save game, I mean, it's hard to pass up making the 5, but you just DMP, you want to play a simple race. Even more so at gammon save. Let's just get rid of contact, not leave any fly shots, not get stuck behind structure. Just consolidate the win. Oh yeah, I think what happens with the pip count, by the way, is if you guys have used XG before, the score is up there in that tagline too. And so in Crawford game, oh, he makes the 5 point. Okay, that's going to be a mistake. Tough to pass that up. But PR race still pretty close. Gonna need some help from Marc, I think, to win that side of it. But yeah, so if you played an XG before, I think it says Crawford up top in the score in addition to everything else, which is gonna reset everything and bring the score into the line instead of the pip counts. I don't know. Wilson could go adjust that constantly, but he's been kind of leaving it, I think. Yeah, I know you guys can see the score from the real scoreboard. It's just XG's annoying. It's a pain to screen scrape all this. You can see the pip count difference. That's pretty good. That's what that plus 35 minus 35 is. Anyone know the score between Thomas and Dirk? I haven't seen any rollout results. I'm stuck in the commentary closet here where they were finishing up match 1 when I left. Dirk was leading 1-away, 4-away post Crawford. We'll get their third match up top and hopefully get some information about that at that time too. Yeah, this is a tricky one again. When you're in the gammon go score, now that natural just make the 5 play is a winner. Usually anchoring up behind the structure is probably best, but here you got to play for the win. 5-2. Kazuki would have loved to hit or escape or find something there. Instead, he does a little bit of nothing. Yeah, 11-4 seems reasonable. So does 13-8 with it. Keep that 2 back containing either way. I think he's thinking safe for the race. Hopefully, or should be, as we've seen with that 6-3 play. 6-6. Ooh, okay. Gonna make the bar point on both sides. Not enough to lead in the race, so Kazuki's still happy to escape, but big improvement to Marc's structure. 4-1 is just simple 13-8. Pretty sure. I guess you could. Yeah, you do kind of want to hit, don't you? Your opponent has so many checkers in the zone to attack for a gammon and things like that, but too natural. Okay, I think we make another board point, and yeah, if we make one, I think you don't really want the bar point anymore when you make the ace point, so it feels like this doesn't play together quite right. Like the distribution's gonna be a little better. But you could, in some games, I'd be thinking hard about 23-18 or something like this. But here, yeah, we got to go for a gammon. So we got to make a point one way or the other. Someone asking what the transcriber is doing. Maybe the most stressful job in the tournament. You got to watch and see the dice. You can barely see it. You got no control over how fast the players play. When they get in time trouble, they start whipping checkers around. You got to keep up. If you hit a wrong button, then you're behind in the match and you can't see what's going on. You got to be pretty comfortable with XG to pull it off. So every now and then they got to pause them and let them catch up a little bit. It's a hard job. And look at this. Marc's kind of, I mean, he's got plenty of time to deal with Crawford and post-Crawford game if he needs to. Down under 2 in the bank, spending lots of time thinking about these positions, really trying hard to find the best play he can come up with. Oh, and transcriber was showing options. Yeah, we've been trying to display the board there while we go too. And yeah, so I think Marc finds, I'm not sure what the best play is there, but he finds a winning type play. Not a gammon go kind of play. Could be right. Yeah, Kazuki is going to hit and challenge the bot. Makes a lot of sense. 6 is going to hit back. Blitz is back on. Yeah, players could announce the dice to it. I don't know. That would be a little clunky too. Kazuki hitting 2, maybe necessary. I don't know. Maybe that helps him not get gammon. I don't know why you want to get another blot in the mix necessarily. This is a bad result, but he's got the better board, so makes some sense too. 4-3. Now we're gonna hit off the edge for sure. Requires a tempo there. Nothing really more productive to do. 3-1's gonna hit again, and this is gonna make the gammon threat pretty real for Marc. I think distribution is fine, but he's got 4 checkers back, so blitzing's pretty tough. Needs to get those moving. And of course, Kazuki can just anchor anywhere along the way. Yeah, in on the ace, make the high point. This makes sense. Close race now too. We're gonna end up in a mutual holding game type of game, I think. And these can get really complicated when you have many checkers back, but as long as you just remember some priorities of like 3s are a little duplicated, maybe you can come off. 7-5 is probably fine too. I don't know. Yeah, I would probably take the duplication and try to have some outfield control. 3-4. I think you were getting hit with 3s most of the time anyway. Could just come out here though. Interesting. Maybe you're usually stepping up with threes. Yes, we're asking if we're in the final four. That's correct. Kazuki defeated Ali in a really tight race, PR match in the last one, 0.02 difference separating. Marc took out Ryan Rebelo with 4 points to 2. Dirk knocked off Marcus, and Thomas was able to edge out Zdenek to make it in the final. So Dirk and Thomas are playing hopefully their second match now, right behind the camera that you see up there. And they'll be coming up to the stage for their third match is the plan. It's working for Kazuki, huh? I don't know. I think he's got an A+ game when he's feeling his best, and maybe a little more difficult to concentrate in his current state, but he's been playing really great in some of these matches. I'm really impressed with his top level of play, you know. It's kind of a thing, you know, you see it different styles and players in a way, like consistency versus really knowing the best plays and sometimes making mistakes. You know, some people have a little wider range. Some people just play their game all the time. Kazuki's got some volatility to his game for sure. But he can put up numbers that a lot of people can't too. And look at this, finds a really strong play with that 4-3. Dodges the shot here. 4 up makes sense. I'm not sure you really want to. I guess Kazuki should have a hard time. Yeah, I mean 16-7 really makes a lot of sense to me here. Not sure why we want to play 7-2 behind. Not a big mistake. But I guess he saw already that Kazuki's hesitant to hit. Not with the 6-2. That's going to be a fine number to do it. 8's work. In on the ace and cover with the 3. And wow, this is a lot closer race than it looks like. I forgot Kazuki has his anchor back there. Oh, never mind. Can run off that. Doesn't really have a way to make the ace. It would be kind of nice to switch off that. Doesn't really have a way to make another point. I don't know what his second 2 are. And look at this. Yeah, because of that, just the best he can do with it is keep coming around and try to race anyway. 9-4, ace doesn't look any good. You're outboarded. You have to go for this. A lot of times when you, I guess not a lot of times, maybe some 2s get kind of frozen there. Rumors out there about Dirk playing a 1.7. Dirk will consistently tell you that he would love to play under a 3. That's going to be his goal. And I think we've seen him play in the 2.7 range. I think he came out of the first 3 days with 2.9 something, with the best PR of the tournament so far. Yeah, people were playing really lights out the first day, and I think fatigue got to him a little bit. We saw that kind of trail off a little bit, but he held his game well. 4-4, what a shot this is. What do we do with the rest of it? Just clean up and try to race. This looks kind of awkward, but you don't want to switch 5 days or anything like that, so okay. I buy it. And Marc has this awkward 24 in bar game. I don't think you can leave the bar point. I think what you want to do is leave the 24 point, even though it's not that great at contact. So you got to keep that link. Hoping to roll some 6s and hop out. Yeah, don't know which Thomas Michael is talking about. Probably all of them. I bet together they play at 2.55. That seems reasonable. Yeah, you can take this distribution 8-6. Interesting. But he goes for shot reduction instead. And avoids being hit because of it. Cool. 5's going to be in no matter what. A 6 to ace. Why would we do this instead? And yeah, the 24 to 22 split makes a lot of sense, but this breaks the 7. They're very close plays. This is fine. Feeling time pressure being under a minute a little bit now. Okay. Yeah, just come in. Kazuki keeps trying to play a simple game. Got great chances to win the match on this one. Marc seems to be hanging on to the PR. Both playing really low stuff, though. Myhr averaging at 2.55. I don't know. I doubt he expects to do that too, but obviously like low 3 kind of player, very strong. And our only hope to find this play is a complete lack of other options. But who wants to switch to the ace with 3 from the 5? Well, it looks funny when he switches them. Cool shifts. I like it. He sees 8 to 4 is going to be a piece of the plan. Thinks about this to, at least the checker on the deuce is active. So I kind of like this too. But I guess the merit of the 5 to ace side is that it helps get the goalkeeper out of your hair. Could enter high on the 5 or something like that. Duplicated with, oh no, not duplicated with hitting 5s. That's your real hope, is that he has to enter high. Oh, his PR in the first semi round was 2.55. Oh, I see. People are saying that's the rumor of the PRs, and I believe it. That sounds like a match that they'd play. Good stuff. This is semifinal, and the other pair is Dirk versus Thomas. We're talking about results from match 1 over there. We're hearing more about Dirk's crazy averages and other online competitions and such. Yeah. Just gonna look at the loose hit with the ace, but I mean, still, what do you do with it? 2 more in? This is the pure play. Maybe I'd find this at normal scores or something like that. I don't know. I might even find it here. Just hate the look of all the other plays. This is just so ugly. Fortunately, he has lots of time on the clock to figure this out, and he does seem to think that this is the best option. Man, can't settle on it. This is tough. 1. Looks at 6 to 2 again. Yep, I've been here before. These are the hardest plays for me when they're all terrible. How do you pick which one is least terrible? Yes, other semifinal being played on another board right now. And he finds the best play. Great work. 3-6. Yeah, just going to get that checker from the 13 going. And now Kazuki's got his work cut out for him, bringing this awkward, stacky candlestick position home. 5-1 is going to point. That's going to help. Again, really hoping for him to come in on the 5, I suppose. Ace-6 fan. I guess fanning's pretty good too. Buys you a little time to break that 10 or 11 point. 2-1. Is that going to... Yeah, why not 11 to 8? 6 to 3 is preferred. Why is this? You just don't want to leave the shot. What is it? It's 5-6, 5-4, 2-4, 2-2. I want to go for it. It seems like when's a better time than when your opponent's on the bar. But I guess I mentioned earlier, a lot of times when you start burying, you keep burying. Maybe that's a hint to find this play. Not sure what's going on there, honestly. Okay, and we make the 5 point. That's a huge improvement for Kazuki, cruising to a win now. And maybe he's going to have enough decisions to do something about this PRI race. Doesn't look good, though. Marc playing his A game still at a 2.55, looking likely to hang on to the PR point again. And that's going to put Kazuki in a position where he needs to outplay Marc in the last round by quite a bit, win the match and the PR point. Has some options, but if they tie again, it's going to be tough to overcome, having lost two PR battles for the overall PR again. So Marc probably a favorite going into the final match with the PR wins. 2-5. Yeah, we're going to stay back for contact. We don't care if we get gammoned. 6-3, simple clearing play for sure. 5-3, probably down in slot to 4. Yeah, you need to build your board. like this. Got to be ready if Kazuki rolls it unlucky 6-3, 5-3. Might be feeling like contact could be on this shot, so he doesn't want to blot and board, but you've got to build it to win. 3-2 looks like it would be off into the ace, but look at that. What do I know? It's a better distribution to clear from the rear and even up. Man, I have a huge bias towards taking the checker off. I have really hard time with these kinds of plays. Oh, 15-15. I thought they had to add up to 21. I guess I made that up. Bummer. With the MC scores. Transcribe catch up. All right. 3-2. All right, finding some awkward rolls here. He's going to have to leave a shot. What's the best way to clean up? All these kinds of things. Oh, look at 5 off with no hit. That seems like a play I could find. Hitting seems fine too. You hope he rolls a 5 or a 6 instead of the deuce and your contact's just through. Nice to put him in the air and not let him sit back on the deuce. But Marc does hit. Stays live in this game, and Kazuki with only 2 checkers off is very likely to lose this game and go on to a DMP game, which I think Marc has enough time to deal with it, but maybe that's could be bad for his PR, even if he has to play fast and gets challenged with some really difficult decisions. One of those funky spots where winning the match is worth a point, so of course he'd rather play on, but it can be nice to lock up that PR win too. Someone thinks they should cube. This is the Crawford game. When you get to 1 point away from winning, you don't get to use the cube for 1 game. So no cube available. Someone thinks the oh, I don't know what happened here, why he had to leave a shot. Is that the best option? Seems a little strange, but okay, we're racing. Someone thinks that the PR doesn't have the correct algorithm to measure correctly amount of lost equity. I don't know why you think that. The hard part is evaluating the equity. Or knowing what that is to begin with, was that's like the main job of XG. So it just compares the equity of plays and decides how much is lost that way. If you believe it can calculate best plays based on equity, then it shouldn't be a stretch to think that it can do subtraction. People asking if there's big side games. I don't know. People have been shooting it, and I don't know what they're playing for or anything like that. People are having fun for sure. There's been some good, more like exhibition match kind of things between like Zdenek and Ryan. Zdenek wanted 3-table Ryan on Galaxy, work on their ratings. But in the middle of the tournament, I think Ryan wanted a little break. Maybe we'll get that still though, we'll see. That'd be a lot of fun. And our DMP game, okay, and on the 4, Marc is gonna continue with the pure and hit, even though he's got less blots back, interesting. But yeah, you gotta fight for the 5 point. Keeps getting hit on the bar though. Kazuki with this awkward blot back in his board. Marc unable to cover. Guess he just anchor, why not? And 5 down, I think. Yeah, I don't see any reason to do any crazy hitting. And he's going to switch days, and yeah, I think he's feeling time pressure now. I guess those are close. That's interesting, these shots. But it feels like you just want to leave the checker where it belongs. And yeah, Kazuki finds a nice double hit, which mounts to a double tiger and a 6-6 fan on a 1-point board. Brutal. 2 is probably going to just cover. Well, you could cover 8 and hit again. Yeah, and it likes that play. Okay. It's tough. Pointing behind an anchor and letting your opponent just roll a 4 maybe and kind of neutralize your position that way. 4-3 is going to hit once. Okay. Suki's hoping to cover. 4-1's going to do it. And 4 checkers back to 3, but with a whole bunch of structural advantage. Making the anchor is huge for Marc. 5-2 is going to send another blot back. And gaining in the race now. Leading in the race, Kazuki, even with his 3 checkers back. 6-3, that can link up with our outfield blot. Why not? Get him moving. 2-6. This is going to be offensive or defensive bar. We're trailing enough in the race, really, for either. We don't have like a lack of spares on the midpoint. Yeah, look how close these are. It's a tough one to pick. You're outboarded, though. You know, you kind of... I don't know. Why not? Might make some sort of double anchor game. 4-2, I think we're happy to hit still. We can... Oh, look at this. You should just make the anchor. That's the easiest way to win. You've got enough race that you don't need to send another checker back. Not worth that much anymore. Yeah, Marc needs to get that checker on the 23 moving now that he's got 2 anchors back. Could easily run out of time for that game. Kazuki hits. I'm not completely clear. I guess he would like to make that point, so maybe that's an argument. You have the better board too, but you got to worry about timing up a back game or something like that. Playing fast. I wonder if he's trying to put some pressure on Marc's low clock here. I think whether you're even thinking about it or not, it's just a thing that kind of instinctually happens. When you feel your opponent playing fast, you start playing fast. Four 2 covers the bar. Now we have 5 checkers trapped behind some priming structure. Very good position for Kazuki. Ace 3. Wow, how can these be close? How can we not make the 5-point? We really need to get to the edge. That prime is the biggest issue. I would have made the 5-point. Okay. Great find from Marc. 5-2 hits. 4-2 comes in high, and then we can just slot now. That's fine. Don't mind getting a 7 checker back. What's the difference? 3-3, we can hit and make the bar. I guess, I don't know if we're worried about timing this anymore. It feels more like over-timing. I just want to get the checker moving, really, so I'm probably playing it all from the 24 and 23. But sometimes, you know, even though you give your opponent timing technically, it can be nice to send a bunch of checkers back that might not be able to participate in a front position, and maybe he won't be ready to contain your checker if he does get the hit during bear off later. Someone asking what's the point of the semifinals. I don't know, what's the point of anything then? It's fun. This is awesome. You don't want to watch this elimination in the end. I mean, the fact is that we never have enough matches basically in life to determine who's the best backgammon player. The more we play, the closer we get. So as many matches as we can. We think it's exciting to do a playoff kind of structure too. Keeps one bad match from mattering too much too, you know? In a sense, I guess it still could punish you here, but if you have one bad PR result through the tournament, your average PR goes up a little bit on that now, and if you can make it to the playoffs anyway, then you have a chance to clean that up. It also, you know, since we're scoring on points, makes the points matter. That's a piece of it, instead of just PR. I think the competition would get weird if winning didn't matter at all. Winning still matters quite a bit in this tournament. Someone asking if there's another match after this. Yes, we have 3 matches in the semifinals. This is match 2 of Kazuki versus Marc. And, you know, I mean, depending on timing, we intend to bring Dirk and Thomas up for their last match of their set of 3 to show them on stream too. Very difficult decision for Kazuki here. Do we want to prime or send another blot back? We could get trapped here, though. There's a little bit of forward risk, so I like continuing to move. Finds a good play, I think. Didn't see what was top. And yeah, this is a nice back game kind of heads up play. Slot the back, make him hit you maybe if he comes out, and making the piece of the prime would be nice too. 3's going to split, and things are panning out nicely for him. Marc is, if he enters, yeah, the 6 is huge. Really big swing on that. Needs to get moving from the back. That's his biggest risk right now. So Kazuki's going to hit and slot there. And oh, look at this. He finds a clever back game play. Breaks the 3-2. Hopes to get recirculated and mess up Marc's timing. So he has no hope in this game. Gaz, I didn't see what the best play was there, but making the 9 made a lot of sense to me. But you risk getting stuck behind structure, so I don't know. He chose something else. Marc's going to feel obligated to come out with the 6 even though he has to hit. I guess he's going to try to go forward with 4 blots back, but he's behind a 5 prime, so good luck. And maybe this could be difficult enough to present him some PR crushing choices. 5-2, yeah, what do we do here? Okay, he's going to hit. 9-2 is the play. Playing from the back and giving up your anchor is not, and here it is. This could be a large error. We'll see what happens with this. Not too much. Still playing a solid PR. And yeah, with 33 seconds on the clock, I think he can still afford to slow down a little bit. But you can tell he's really feeling it and definitely doesn't want to flag. That is the worst thing that can happen to you. Oh, considers breaking the 6. That's an interesting point. How bad could it be? Yeah, it should be a fairly simple game for white. Blue's got some funky decisions. Ooh, step both up, make a point. What do we do? Seems reasonable. Maybe you'll get lucky and roll a set of 6s. Hop the prime while white's busy on the bar. Could happen. What does outboarded mean? Left quadrants. Blue has the 6-4-3-2 point made, which means he has a 4-point board against Kazuki's 6 and 5 point made, which is a 2-point board. We consider that outboarded. Your inner board strength, if you end up on the bar, it's much harder to enter if more points are made. That's that concept. Here, that's not the only thing going on, of course, since, yeah, I don't think we can break our board, so we got to come in high, right? There we go. Look at that, 24, 6-2 isn't so bad. Okay. Sure, we just contain, why not? Why not bring 2 out? Why do you wanna pimple on the prime? Who cares if you get hit in the outfield? 6-5 gets hit anyway. Maybe it could be, I don't know. Maybe if he can park on the 6, it can be a problem or something. If they get a tie in points in 3 matches, then it goes down to average PR across those 3 matches as a tiebreaker, which has happened in most of the quarterfinals, I think. No, sorry, 2 of them, no. 2 of them came down to that. 1 of them was really close. That's how Kazuki got here. And in with the ace, sends another checker behind the prime. And this is fun. This could, we'll see what it does to the PR, but it's like, it's kind of a simple variety of a prime game. Maybe Marc can't leak too much equity because he's so kind of desperate and lost, but Kazuki isn't going to have very difficult decisions. It's a pretty natural place to just kind of come around and bring this home, I think. No 5-4, okay. Fun that. Oh, the double 6s. Look at this. And he's winning the race. This is salvageable. I mean, how do you get those 4 checkers around, given that Kazuki has the 5-point made there? But it's hope. It's light. You really need to get past there. Okay, small transcription second. But this 3, I think, is going to make the anchor, and the 4 is going to hit. Or the 3 could cover. I don't know. Ugh.
Couldn't play the 4 here. He
Marc
had to
has
play
all
4.
these very difficult decisions now.
No. Oh,
So because this is for
Ah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh, someone found an illegal play? What did I miss? Oh, 6-4 needs to come
Does
out.
my
Okay,
4-3
okay,
count then?
that's true.
I guess so, right?
Yeah,
Good, glad we caught that before it affected anything. Nice side mate. Nice to have a transcriber for that for sure. And he's gonna hit and cover. Kazuki punished for the illegal play. Marc might have gotten to think about that a little bit with a difficult decision, feeling the time pressure. I wonder if he took the time to. If he was just trying to help Mate out. 3-2, hits another checker, trying to buy time to bring things home. And wow, this position just looked dead for Marc, and somehow he's turned this around. And if he manages to do that and win the PR point here, that's going to be huge for this match. It's going to put a lot of pressure on Kazuki to win the match and the PR point in the next one, just to be in a tie, and then somehow have to overcome the average PR too. That'd be quite the task. But 2 checkers behind a 5 prime, it ain't done yet. Might seem like it after 4 have escaped already. There's still a lot of work to do. Five in. And Kazuki may have dodged a 6 for long enough. If he can just come in here, he's going to be probably huge favorite again. 6 out, okay. Back to a very close game. Very scary. And 5 in, 3 can hit off the edge of the prime. Yeah, here we go. Kazuki back in the driver's seat and away, even with the weak board. 6 is fans, and rolling forward should be kind of not too big of a task anymore again. 4-1 is going to cover. Only 3-6 hits. 3-6 is huge though. 5-4 fans. Wow. What a game this has been. Double aces is going to hit and get in direct range. Sure split. I like this. Very easy play. Six is going to hit. Why not get the ace involved somehow from the back checkers? 19 to 18 seems fine. Marc enters 2. Wow. He's 6 primed though. It'll be easiest on Kazuki if he can prevent the anchor. Too late for that. Oh, and we could see some. He seems to have like a natural feel for the trappy kind of plays. Found that with the ace hit, which I think was good earlier in the game. Breaking the point in front. But that's going to be the easiest way for him to win here, is to find some way to pull Marc off of this 23 points, I think. I don't think he wants to just come through and race necessarily. So what's the way to do that? 3-6, I would think. Okay, maybe you want to be in range of the back there, making sure that he can roll forward and make the 3-point first before he worries about the trap play. Here it is. Great shot. Now he's going to need to get that checker off the 7 to be ready to de-anchor Marc somehow. 6-3 doesn't really help do that much. Not sure. Maybe that's what you need to do. Doesn't fit my game plan, but okay. Now he's on the anchor there, and gonna be some winning chances or racing chances if Marc can roll something really lucky. The contact, of course, is not very good. Six, 6. Nice shot. Six, 3. Okay, we're safe. 2-1. Gonna break the board a little more. And yeah, I mean, I think Marc has the PR race pretty well locked up here. What else could happen in this game? So still not as bad as losing 2 points, but I'd say Marc is going in heavy favorite to the last match. Kazuki's got to get something kind of lucky to happen. If everything average happens, Marc should win. Yeah, we can just rip a checker off here instead of burying 2 to the ace. Good heads up play. Still matters, these decisions, trying to get his overall PR down for if the tie break comes into play. Yeah, so here's an example where Marc can technically make a mistake, but it's never going to be big. Who really cares? He's going to think about it anyway. The only thing you can't do is advance both, apparently, because it's giving up, but I bet on plus plus it's still close. Someone says 3 back in DMP that the trap is not necessary. That makes sense. I was wondering that. That's just overplay. I'll still probably be looking for it. Sure, Kazuki knows when. 5-5. Just come around under the 5. That looks good. Oh, that's funny. He touched every checker on the way too. And these couple decisions are going to help bring Marc even lower underneath 2. Looks like very well played match from both. It's hard when a low 3 isn't good enough to win the PR battle. Someone said Coca-Cola is bad luck. Ouch. I think you're right, Lars.
What?
4-0.
You think you will miss a cube?
Yeah.
Maybe. But
We're going to chat a little bit. Look at
so maybe 1 cube action early.
Look at the PRs from that.
Very
I wonder what Marc's saying there. I don't want to listen in. Yeah, Kazuki looking in good spirits. Oh, someone thinks the PR system has faults because the person with the higher PR won the match. Yeah, pretty simple error of thinking. I mean, really the basic issue with that is that they have different decisions. So your PRs aren't really relative to each other almost in any way.
Congratulations, both of you.
Thank you.
Yeah. 1 PR win away from final.
Kazuki gonna look over his mistakes here and try to learn a little bit before the last match. Trying to remember how tight the race was, but man, I think Marc's 2-game average here, 2-match average has got to be low. Playing really well. This is fun. If we stay on this screen, we can probably see all the decisions that he's looking at. But he goes and sits down for a second. Taking a rest. Dirk coming up. Cool. So we're going to get Dirk and Thomas on the stream. Super excited to see one of their matches too. I'm going to go try to learn a little bit about the status of that matchup before we commentate that stream match. Be right back, guys.
Every single game. Okay, so then it's gonna be close.
7 games, 1.84, 1.99. That's gonna be close.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we should continue right away.
Yeah.
So I don't know where Thomas is. Maybe you know, or you have his phone number for sure.
You finished?
You still have a match to play?
Dirk. I only have played once. One.
Wait.
So
Did
we
they
were
go to
waiting.
dinner?
We were waiting for the stage, but you took so long.
No, you should just play.
Oh, you
But
didn't
you
play your
told us.
second match?
No, I didn't tell you this. Who told him this?
No, I told him to play again down there.
Yeah.
Okay, so then, yeah,
Mochi,
maybe you can call
can you
Thomas,
tell me
then
the
we
email?
can get the play. The second
Not
one.
me to tell some of the
Yeah.
stuff.
Okay, maybe that should be the first thing, because he's missing in action. Can you call Thomas? Or somebody can call Thomas to continue?
I get so much fun. No, I play pretty well. But not on the same level as
So, Marc, where are we supposed to play now when he comes? Here or there?
I don't know. I have no
But can you call him maybe if we have his number or something? Because I'm really waiting and waiting and waiting, so then at some point. I mean, we still have 2 matches to go. For sure.
Hey, dude, what are you? Oh,
No, it's speaker.
Okay.
what's happening here?
Let's hear anything.
All right, so I've got an update on the Dirk and Thomas match. I mean, we saw those PRs in the chat. Thomas Myhr pulled out the match win from 4-away, 1-away post Crawford. Dirk held on to the PR win. Something like a mid 2 for Thomas to a high 1 for Dirk. So they're 1-1. But they've only played one match. That match took a little while. So we're going to go ahead and stream the final match of Marc versus Kazuki here. Getting started really shortly. And when that wraps up, then we'll get to see the final and third match between Dirk and Thomas on stream as well. So bonus match for y'all. And I'm excited to get to do that. That's cool. It would have sucked to miss the last semifinal match of either side. So kind of cool it works out this way. It's going to mess up our dinner break a little bit, but we'll figure this out. Yep, ice cream time. We're going to have the Lightning 19-year-old on transcription. Hopefully he can keep it together. Easy to make errors when you're excited. But I mean, he transcribes at 2x speed, kind of like me. So pretty sure he's going to be okay with XG, comfortable doing that. Yeah, not sure what Romo John is implying about the structure. Some weird, whatever. I think I'm done getting in battles about the merits of this case. If you think it's flawed, come here and win it. That's going to be my suggestion for now. And until then, I think we're finding the best something. Maybe we design a different competition that isn't the best backgammon player, but it sure seems like the best backgammon players are the ones winning here. But yeah, I guess interrogate the competition. It's good to learn about it a little bit there. Yeah, Sebastian, I agree. It's great to see some young players in the game. Sad that 2 got eliminated in the quarterfinals. I was hoping for... Wilson on his branding game here. Very nice. What is it? Who knows? That's the Backgammon Galaxy logo now, I guess. Maybe he's going to write something on there. I don't know, man. Yeah, Coke's going to learn. They want that on the stream. They're going to have to pay. I know they got the money. Someone get the word out to him. Someone thinks XG makes small mistakes and blunders. Okay, again, come on out, beat XG. You win. Let's see it. Opinions on the structures, okay, but that's the structure of this tournament. Guess what? Every other tournament works the way you're saying, where if you win the matches, you don't get knocked out. I think a lot of people think in those tournaments that it's not fair that the person that played an amazing PR but lost on dice gets knocked out. I don't know. That's our game. What can you do? Works both ways. Do we stream on Twitch? No, I don't know. I guess we're not that huge of an audience where we're trying to consolidate to one place is probably a lot of the logic of it. It's nice to have these YouTube videos later too. It's not like we're constantly live on things. Works pretty well. Okay, Matthew, Adrian registering opinions for us. Very, very much thank you. We'll sync up with you to gather all those after the fact. Someone doubts this format will be long-lived. I think this is the most exciting thing going on in backgammon right now, so disagree. But we'll see. We'll see. Look at this. I think that 23 to 13, 8 to 3 play got found. I don't know if it was right on ++. We're looking at this now. Fun to see them analyzing their mistakes. Might have to go prod them to get going though here. Give me a second.
we're waiting for Kazuki. He's right on the couch.
It's not right.
Oh, he's right here. Did he hit that?
I feel like we made it.
Okay.
It's a very aggressive place.
He is in it. You got to play.
You okay? You know how to show the extra analysis?
5 minutes? Yeah, sure. Okay. Take your 5 minutes.
You know how to show the analysis of playing the loop first?
Okay, I'll show you. Take 5 minutes.
What was the final PR coaching?
1.83 to 0.1.
Taking a 5-minute break, and then we'll be going here. I don't know if I can argue about tournament structure for 5 minutes though. Oh, someone talked to me about something else. Someone says strange in chess that they haven't something like PR. Well, person that plays better wins in chess. That's kind of simple. Yeah, maybe we can look at the results tables together. That sounds good. Some people prefer in this format to Monte Carlo. Yeah, I can see both ways. I don't know, but I'm with Mochi on this, where I think you need both. I think they're both really exciting. Okay, we're going to scroll through some of the results tables, kind of see how these previous matches went. You can see here between Dirk and Marcus, maybe not the A game for Dirk, but I think they just agreed to resign it because Marcus had to win the match and the PR, and Dirk had to play something like a 10, and Dirk doesn't know how to play a 10. Cried uncle. Thought it'd be nicer to leave him with some energy for future matches. Thomas and Zdenek, pretty close. Thomas kept it under a 3, got himself to the finals that way on the PR tiebreak. Great stuff in this too. I mean, look at these PRs across the board. Nothing over a 3.66. That's pretty incredible. 6 matches played. Wild. Then Ryan and Marc. Ryan brought, still a little bit of variation to his results here. And look at that second match. It's probably the difference breaker. Marc not on his A game for that one, close to a 4 on it, but Ryan a little further off. Difficult games is probably an indication there. 5.34. You got to take advantage of that when your opponent plays a little bit higher. But so got 4-2'd, average PR, I don't know. But I mean, great performance, especially comes back and plays a 1.88. Capable of some really great stuff, Ryan, for sure. Excited to see him at future tournaments. And in the semifinals, Kazuki versus Ali is overall under 3. Super strong stuff. And look at that match 3. It looked like Ali had won the PR points after we did the plus rollout. Kazuki just barely edging him out to get the 3-3 and take advantage of that overall PR advantage. Great stuff from Ali too. Another one, I think the top PR in this one is 3.48. This is just nuts. I mean, everyone just playing so crazy. These are all quarterfinals right here. I don't think we have tables for the initial results so far, but so far, I think Marc has taken PR and Kazuki's taken win on both the first 2 matches of theirs. Thomas Myhr won the first game and Dirk won the first PR points in their match, and they're playing match 2 here, and they're going to finish up their match 3 up on the stage. Chouette's on YouTube. That'd be cool. Whoever gave that idea. That sounds like fun. Yeah, we've been talking kind of over the weekend too, what XG and PR does to the game. Personally, I think underrated feature is that it makes it a lot more attractive to basically everyone at this tournament to study the game. You've got the tools to do it. That's kind of why I'm in it. I knew the AI was out there to learn the game quickly. So it's kind of, I think there's 2 sides to the coin. The bad side that we've talked about is people, the PR focus at this tournament's fine. At a regular tournament, people are really worried about that and showing up and playing what is visibly like a weaker game or making mistakes. Like it's all, we can ask the bot and get an answer and feel bad about mistakes we made. So the focus on that, it's upsetting. I think, you know, a little bit weaker players are worried that happens, and they think that the strongest players just don't make any mistakes. As you've seen here, there's still quite a bit of variance and people still make mistakes at the top level. So I don't know. It's important that we still find some way to remember it's a game and have fun with it. But I don't know. I don't know what overall it does. Just got to make sure that we're not scaring people off with these like PR metrics, you know. The focus is cool here. I feel like we shouldn't talk about it as much at regular tournaments and just enjoy people winning the game. I understand both sides of that. Yeah, regular tournament like Monte Carlo should just be about rolling some dice and someone gets picked as the winner, you know, like Mochi. It's cool when Mochi gets picked for both. Thomas Tenlin says something about measures of being a good human. What, your PR? Yeah, that makes sense. Simon and I had some good conversations about that. You're all good people, whether you play a 2 or a 3 or a 4 or a 10, okay? I value you all. I do happen to agree with gaming that poker and backgammon have more similarities than people probably realize. It's drawn me back to that game too, with the software and being able to study it. I think it's really fascinating. Not deep in the Sims really, but I enjoy that it's there and that I can read real theory books, how much the game has changed in the last couple of years. They're all fun. A lot of backgammon players know plenty about poker too. Not many of them have kept up with the softer side, but okay, here we go. We got the players at the board getting set up. Wait, Nigel says people who play a 10 are no good, and then in the same breath that they are the best. Gonna have to explain that one.
Are we live, Wilson?
Time to mute chat. It's getting a little out of hand. Maybe we need Wilson to get in here with the band hammer. Someone say something mean. No, don't do that. Sorry. Oh yeah, free advertising for Pink Floyd. Do we have us? They're like mostly alive, aren't they? Better get their permission. I think my findings are that like people at a 10 actually aren't fish. They're pretty solid players, you know. People always like shoot lower than their PR. A lot of people that have been playing forever play a 10. Just don't know some piece of the game. They probably think they play a 5 kind of thing. So that's another funky thing with PR. You don't get to see it. Everyone reports it. You got to assume that it's probably higher than what they say in general. But that's, there's a couple people, David Klaus, Roberto Litzenberger, and I mean, I don't know, we record just absurd amounts of matches. And if you look at average PRs across those and stuff like that, it's higher than you think for open level competition and things like that. Everyone guesses around a 5. It's probably more like an 8. Backgammon's a hard game. All you have to do is make one giant mistake, one blunderous match, and your average comes up. But okay, here we go. Exciting stuff. Kazuki's got his work cut out for him. Average can't be in his favor right now. Marc is feeling in the zone. He was saying it. We were talking about whether we should switch boards, and he's just feels too focused and really doesn't want to. I understand that for sure. So involved with running this tournament too. It's been a ton of distraction for him. Wow, what a play this is. How do we switch off the 4 here? And he just sees this, okay, because there's no last 4. You don't want to step up with it. You want to stay back on contact. Interesting play. I don't know if I can find that. I'm finding play 2 there. 3-1 is just going to make the 5 nice and easy. 2-2, hit and cover, and then what else do we got? Switch to the bar. Yeah, let's consolidate. Looks a little weird. We hate having a primey kind of point and also that stack on the 6, but what can you do? And a fan, this is gonna, I guess he's gonna pause and think about it, but he's got 3 checkers back, so there's nothing here. 3-6, so let's fix that. The reason you don't want a cube is because that guy's back there, so let's run to the 15. Oh, we can advance the bar. This is actually sharper too. Yeah, why stay behind that made 5 point? Okay, good heads up play. Yeah, Thomas says likely Kazuki needs both points. I agree with that. Losing the average PR for sure, so if he just wins the PR point by a lot, he could win that way too. If he just wins the match, it's not going to be enough. So he's really got to just play to be sharp. Not that he would do anything else. Double 2s is going to be a great shot. Do we want to switch off and put another in the air or find some distribution thing? Loose hit. Okay, it unstacks. Maybe it's got some merit for that. The switch seems better. Yeah, small technicality. That's interesting. So on this fan, I mean, this is at least a double, maybe too good. Maybe he's going to roll. How's he going to regain his market? He, yeah, and he sees it. 6 is going to cover. 5 is going to come down. Marc feels like he's in the zone. Wonder a little bit though, as the matches go on, I kind of have this tendency to start playing a little too fast. I feel like I just know the plays. I'm not thinking the same way. My brain's tired. I don't even notice it. So he's going to have to watch out for that. Hopefully he feels like he's still kind of in speed mode from the end of last match. He needs to slow down and relax a little bit for sure. And with 1 entering, are we too good again? Definitely regains his market if we don't hit and he comes in on the 3. If we hit loose and he hits, can we still cube out? 4 checkers back, there's work to do. I don't know, maybe we got to double this now. More, too good. Too good to double. 204. This is going to be painful. Man, I think 2 good decisions are some of the most difficult in the game. How do you know? And they're always like this. You just feel like you're gambling. It hurts so bad when they do regain their market. But it's just tough to evaluate too. I don't know. Like I don't know if anyone has any really good metrics for what exactly too good means. You know what? I don't have any way of calculating that. And that hurt the PR a lot. This is exactly what Kazuki needs. For 1, it looks to me like opponent has more of a blitzing structure than a priming structure, so I don't think I want to split. I'm running out of timing, but my opponent's still stuck on the ace too. Way ahead in the race, maybe he does need to. Unclear, but no, we just slot. Don't give him his blitzing game plan after he rolls that 6-4. Interesting formula verdict. I'm not sure where you came up with that or where that comes from. I would love to learn more about that. Reference, please. I'm a nerd. I want to read about it. See if we can find this slot. I guess kind of a feature of some like semi-priming games is when you're low on timing, then you start to try to find these slotting plays to make your ride home easier. Got to make your checkers work a little harder. So if you decided you're not going to split and you see that you're a little strippy, you got to think about it. Doesn't really look like duplication's the key here, but sure do have a massive advantage when this works. That's a big hint to do it too. The 8 point doesn't work that well for us when we made the deuce point, so we'd rather not do this, but maybe gets better than leaving the bar point. Consolidate some blocks. What can you do? 6-2 is going to cover, and Kazuki misses a tiny cube here. But pretty dominating position now.
1-6.
Even with this ace hit. can Marc play this? I guess if he comes, oh yeah, if he hits the ace and comes out, then he's got some game. Look at this, those plays are really close somehow. How do I don't know if I can take the cube after I play 13-7. I'm nervous. Just feels like I'm positionally beat, but I guess no outfield presence. 3-6 is, I guess, I presume, going to come out and challenge that. Distract him. He'd really like to make a board point. Don't let him. Make him do something about these outfield blots. 3 is going to hit, and we got the same decision again. Now we give up outfield control if we don't come off, so I think we really need to do it this time. And, okay, what do I know? Now it's a huge mistake. Wow, what is your game plan here? You just want to blitz and find time and not risk. I don't know what's going on here. Guess it's too many blots maybe is a big problem with it. Last time he still had the mid made. Now this is 4 blots. Gonna be a lot of gammons in this position. And they're coming up with some tough positions in this match. I'm glad it's slowing Marc down a little bit. But yeah, big hint in positions like this for sure. 4 blots is getting to be too many. If you get hit with one of them, you can, especially against a 4-point board, end up fanning a lot. So he just sticks with his ace. Make sure he doesn't get crushed right away. 3 is going to be a great shot. I guess we just clean up 9-6. Why not? And now Kazuki has the position pretty clearly dominated. I guess double sixes could fix some things. Not sure what else Marc can roll. 4-1, even making the 5-point. I don't know. We got a high anchor and Marc doesn't, so he's just rolling. Huh. This looks pretty rough to me. I guess he's winning. Five, 6. You must have to try to run now, right? Ooh, Mochi with some stats there. Yeah, Justin, this game is crushing me too. I don't know what's going on, man. Yeah, okay, we look at the last position. He did have a cube. That makes sense. I don't know why he just rolled. It looks pretty strong to me. And look at this. Okay, you just run to a pass. Marc's gonna unfortunately waste some time on this one. But I mean, I don't see how your position holds anything else anymore. You just gotta hope you get away with this. That's what I would be thinking here. Aw. Mochi with the sweet Kazuki comments in the chat. Very nice. Is Kazuki a monster favorite with the 1 too good cube? Yeah, that could be it. Hadn't thought about it that way. Very interesting. Man, that's so hard to imagine with how sharp Marc's been playing in these last 2 matches. It's been low. Yeah, I can't believe just 1 mistake in this match was plenty to kind of turn things around. Man, it's still backgammon to me. There's still just such massive swings on every move in this game, but the swings are different. Now, instead of like, did it screw up the game? It's did you screw up your PR kind of. I do think that's a more major factor here, whether or not you found the most. Yeah, and we're just going to cash this, and it's close. Oh, here's the thing about this too. Marc just invested a lot of time in finding his favorite 6-5, And I think that tends to trick people into taking a cube now. Feel like you thought about it so hard and found a good play, and now can you really have wasted all that time and not play the game out? Bad for his clock too. I was just talking about being glad about him slowing down, but he's found a way to burn about 5 minutes of clock time on this game, maybe more like 4. But probably going to get to 5 as he thinks about this cube. Very confusing though. This has been very strangely sensitive position to a lot of features that we're not used to looking at, or I'm not used to looking at. Rebelo with the distracted PR on transcribing. We're saying, I think it's keeping it together. Oh yeah, he told me that everyone that thought he was staring people down on the stream or his Zenyak, he just, I saw it in other matches too. It's just, he tends to look up when he's thinking. It's not even like looking at people. It's just kind of that, you look up to the sky for an answer thing, you know? People tend to do that. Marc finds the pass good. He doesn't trick himself. And yeah, on plus that was going to get a lot worse. Saved himself some problems there for sure. Man, he's getting challenged in these games, though. These are tough decisions. Very tough decisions. 5-3 is going to point for Kazuki. 6 away, 6 away. Weird score. I'm going to treat it like money. I'm sure it acts different. 4 is great shot. Neutralize that 4 point. Yeah, interesting. Now that you've less inclined to make the 9 point now that you made the 3, but I think unstacking is still a little too strong. Not clear. Should help you make the 5 point. Maybe that's an argument to just make the 5 point, but I think you got to have the anchor in a spot like this. I don't know. Those seem fine, but sure is hard to unstack your mid after this play. See what he finds. 13-9 is still best. They run very close, so he can't make a big mistake here, but he's right to think hard about this one. Man, I gotta watch more backgammon videos. I don't think I've ever seen a Justin video either somehow. That seems good for our game. I like that people are doing that. 4-4 again. Come on. Do we? Doesn't feel like we have to think about making the 2. I think we just make the 5. Sometimes plays can be automatic. Okay. And now, yeah, I guess he had a second to think about the cube action, and he's in one of these spots now too, where he can make a big mistake letting Marc off the hook. He's got to see that he's just crushing this game and needs to play it out. Again, man, I don't have metrics for this. Oh, Justin Noel's been on break making videos. Got to get back to it. Okay, I'll watch out. Gives me time to catch up. That's cool. And yes, he does play on. Okay, good stuff. And fairly clear now that he can't anchor. Someone asking about poker theory. I haven't ever run a sim. Tried to download the software and it was hard, so didn't mess with it. But I like read a lot. I was more before the sim's out reading the Janda books and stuff like that, so I get it, but cool stuff. Ace is huge here for Marc to anchor up, save a lot of gammons. Kazuki just wants to take him off the ace, and he gets a good shot to do that now. Ace sends it back, and battle of the 24 point continues. 5, 1 in. Okay, yeah. I guess you don't want to leave the ace 6. Not a lot of returns. But 9-8's better. I don't know. You do want the 6 to hit. 2-4. He has regrets. Maybe you want to put it on the bar again there. Yeah, sure enough you do. He's getting punished now. It would be nice to cover. So in case he does make the ace point, you have a lot more to deal with if you can't prime him for sure, but maybe you can still keep him out here. You can lose this now. I don't know if it's still too good. Harder to win a gammon. Marc should have time to play around, so I like this. Not a perfectly easy decision for Marc here either. You got to wonder, well, he's got 3 checkers to bring around, no landing point all the way from the 18, but still got to pass. Perfect board. Survives. Ian likes to tape over the Coca-Cola clan. Yeah, can. Yeah. Yeah, the Galaxy crew, they have fun. What is the final schedule? Tomorrow, Saturday, we play 6 rounds of 7-point matches to decide the winner. So it's going to be same schedule as today, except same matchup all day. There's going to be a lot of backgammon again. I am far from off the hook with commentary. And great shot from the bar, entering in, hitting, anchoring. 5 away, 6 away. Not a lot going on with score considerations. This one, oh, I don't like any of my 6s. But I guess with 3 back, why not? Let's put a checker in front and play pure. Unstack the mid. Just call him to be unstacked with 5 on it. This is the spot. We've had a lot of them where we're looking at that as an option. It just doesn't fit. This is it right here. Opponent doesn't want to break their anchor to hit you. No one has any structure. Yeah, Kazuki duplicates the 6s. Also lack of a better play. 5-2 doesn't do much. I guess it anchors. That's kind of nice. And then we can just distribution 5, 13 to 8. Looks nice. Ian, I might have a long story about why I wasn't tapped to play Trier. Tell you sometime. Those are fun though. I got to play on a couple, well, one world team thing for sure. They're neat events. Good luck to y'all. Couldn't have made it this year anyway too. This is going to be my only like international trip. 3-1, do we hit? Do we cover? Do we make the 5? What the heck? Too many options. When you don't know, just make the 5, right? 3 back to 3 back, so he wants to neutralize and doesn't find it. Gets tricked into this play. 3-3. Great shot from Kazuki. And yeah, with that, running into some tough spots, and it's going to be really hard for Marc to equalize this now. He's going to need Kazuki to make some mistakes for him to win this matchup. Yeah, being able to point on head looks a little better, even though it's 5. He didn't make it last time. I think he's fine making the 7 here. Oh, I'm not going to be at King's Head in a while, Ian. I don't know. I'm in Chicago suburbs and moving to Madison, Wisconsin now. Kazuki only has 0.1 blunder advantage, Mochi is saying. Okay, that's not that big of a difference, actually. It looks like a lot in the PRs, feels like a lot the way it's gone. Some sizable ones from Marc. But, I mean, really, yeah, you got to play clean, and you need Kazuki to not, and that's still, for either of these players, a lot to ask for. Anchoring up looks great. 6-4. Yeah, sure, we're going to run from the back. This is too close to be on the ace. That's checker to get moving. Three. When we have a blot back and that big stack on the 5 or on the 6, making a point behind to pressure that blot makes a lot of sense. What? 8-5 with it? I'm never going to find that piece. 6-3 looks pretty natural. We don't have many, so maybe we just want to be so stubborn about leaving a shot out here, and feels like you could give up your midpoint. That might be the kind of play that I find here. But that's a double shot. That's a big problem. Race is close. And slot in the bar, double shot again. That doesn't feel right. Let's look for a better play. Maybe you will get to this eventually. I guess they run pretty close. But geez, I really don't think I'm ever thinking about stacking the 5. This is like making the 3 along with this makes a little bit of sense to me. That's probably what I would end up finding. Man, this is an exciting match. I'm glad we're getting such challenging decisions in this. I mean, I like to see really low PRs, but I also like to see just what the hell do I do at this roll kind of stuff. So I think the ace hits for sure. Maybe it does, but I would leave myself the option of hitting on the 4-2. I guess maybe that's overkill, but making the point's probably a little better. Yeah, so he sees, okay, ace hits for sure. We just got to consolidate. Kazuki's got a pretty strong position in the front. This makes sense. Two, 5, we're going to get a checker moving. 3-5. We got an opportunity to come out from the back or we hit, but this sure does look loose when we do it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like it. It's just too many big shots from the bar, but I mean, you can see XG thought they were really close again. I think Marc tends to find those aggressive plays very well. He's comfortable making them in spots where I'm a little bit nervous that there might be a more solid play. So is step up and clean up more important than making a board point here? I wouldn't think so. Yeah. It looks like making the 4 is pretty important. He's going to look at it for a while. I wonder what he's evaluating about that. There's basically no shots in that position when he gets there. He knows that. This one, he's got to count the shots for sure. And he makes this play, okay. Knows that he needs some structure to get through this game. Long game coming. 1-6. Ouch. No good 6s. Just going to come off the anchor like a hero. Might make a lot of sense, but yeah. I think you need that link. You don't have a midpoints. You're going to have 4 blots on that side of the board and just risking getting closed out. So finds a good play. At least bad play. 5-2. I guess we could hit on the ace is the thought here. Oh, these are all so awkward. How did we get here? So the only safe play, safe in quotes, is to stack up the 4. I guess this is indirects. Yeah, he's got a blot and board. Yeah, that's got to be it, of course. Good find. 6-6. Probably going to cover the 2. But we should want to come out with 2. What is going on? Maybe it's just 20-8 with 2. There's not really a lot of options. Is it really only 2 plays too? I think it is. So play 3 of them, and then which is your favorite after this? Okay, there's another way to do it. You can stack the deuce. That's not a real play. Finds the best, though. Maybe he is the best. Makes a 5 prime with 3 checkers behind. Kazuki's in big trouble in this game, even though Marc's got 3 back. Structure is too pure. This anchor is going to be huge. I think it's going to fend the cube off. I expect this feels like nothing to me with all those points out there, but sometimes I overestimate those Swiss cheese primes with the open 7 and 9. But Kazuki's happy to just camp on that. Okay, Marc thinks he has a big positional advantage, finds a good cube, it looks like. From the eval. Oh, I can't tell. Oh, Ryan hit the 2-1 on there as though he didn't roll. Oh, so I think that might mean that the cube is an error. I wonder if he knows how to take that back. Good shot on him in case. There we go, we find it. No, good cube. Okay. Very well found. Didn't have to try very much at all. Yeah, Kazuki sees the take in there. That would have been my inclination. Been wrong before by a lot. 5-3 is going to come out somehow. See if we can get the transcription right here. Yeah, pausing to catch up. So he looks like he's finding this out to the bar. It looks like he could make the bar point here. That might solve more problems. Not sure why we've got, I guess we don't want to be attacked back there. But while he's attacking, he's got to escape, get to the edge of the prime. That's a lot of work to do. So I expect that a lot of the priming value there is going to be reduced. Okay, we must have had some sort of play error earlier that we had to clean up in the transcription. So I think we're back on track here. Let's see how it likes this play. Not sure if I can tell. 5-3. Yeah, okay, he's going to hit, buy himself some time. Marc got a mugshot. I've got a nice mugshot on there too. Wilson's just not a guy you smile at, okay? Ace, again, can't come off with 4 blots, can you? Seems like a bit of suicide. Yeah, so we just got to play off the 2 again. Starting to go into damage control mode. It's still winnable, but 2's a great shot. 5 with it's a great shot. What's the thought here? He wants to just come out and create flexibility. I'd rather just make the point. I think making the bar is really strong. But look at that. They run really close. Okay. It's an option. Ryan is the transcriber, but he hasn't like transcribed a lot of live streams, so he doesn't have experience that way. 2-2, what a great shot. This has to point. Pretty sure. But yeah, so of course he transcribes all his matches. He seems like he was doing that plenty fast over the weekend, helping a lot out with the crew. Little different when you have to watch and keep up with their pace, try to see the dice somehow. It's a tough job, man. Okay. I didn't realize that this could be a backgame position. He might be right. That would have been a fun play to see in UBC. I should be thinking about that, but usually when you need to do a destructive play like that to kind of generate timing, it means you have to slot the ace. That's usually not the right idea kind of thing. Your opponent can just generally choose to not come in on the ace, come in somewhere else. And then you have a checker there. So when he misses, it's just misplaced for the rest of the game. How do you play a back game from there? Yeah, all the staff is dead tired, man. Tua is actually down there transcribing for Dirk and Thomas right now. Mate is trying to catch up on all his camera work and things like that. Needs a break too. Lots of pools to clean. It's a tough job. 4-2 is going to come up to the edge, so we only have to bury 1 checker and allow 6s out without breaking that point. It would take a small miracle to escape this position for Kazuki. Miracles happen all the time in backgammon, though. Oh, people are tired all the backgammon with us. Yeah, this has been exhausting, isn't it? If you've watched the whole weekend, then you know how mentally exhausted these players ought to be right now. Still playing really sharp. Marc not having his best PR game, but he's being put in some tough spots. Can't blame him for missing a few things there. Yeah, we're selling books too, hawking product, doing photo shoots. They're on it, man. Every second Wilson isn't like making the stream work, he's preparing for the next one or making some ads show up. Busy dude too. On Sunday, they sleep for a week. That's the plan. 4-3. On a good roll for Kazuki. Only 2 checkers dead, though. Could be worse. Look on the bright side a little bit. Desperate for a 6. Marc could get a checker on the back of the prime to make himself get hit. He'd be happy to here. Mess up timing a little more. 4-2 is going to contain it. 4-1. We don't have a 4. I wonder if this is one of those where best thing you can do is create more. Now you got to keep 2 anchors, even if your back game's dead. Okay, so I do think we want to slot the back here. We'll see if that's what he goes for too. We're looking at a 2 good cube from before. Okay. Maybe Ryan's just keeping himself interested while transcribing, learning a little bit. You got to get some study in too. Yeah, Justin talking about the RF. I heard those were coming out in the same year as XG3. I heard a lot about them. Have you guys ever seen any of those prototypes from, why am I going to blank on the guy's name? He's always excited to talk about the new best backgammon skill game. Sort of like duplicate bridge kind of style thing, but he made one with RFID chips on poker chips, and it works, transcribes the match for you. Pretty neat stuff. Marc should be cruising home in this game without too much trouble. Instead of watching the live board, why doesn't he watch the video feed? Well, I think there's a small delay on the video. That's part of the problem with it. Might be easier to see. But also it's nice to be there. In case he misses something, you can stop the action and ask him to wait a second. Ask him questions about what was played. So it does help to be in communication out there. I know that would be my preference as transcriber. I mean, as soon as you stop keeping up, you're toast, you know? It's nerve-wracking, man. It's scarier than playing. That's what I think about transcribing. 2-1. Likely gonna clear one of these points. Which one do we want to go with? I guess we pull off with more numbers here. That feels like the harder point to clear in a way. I don't know. Yeah, they're really close. Of course, the principle of clear from the rear and don't leave gaps is going to feel very strong here too. But this brings 2 checkers in. We get closer, you know. Marc's racing already a little bit. 425. Realizes he's pretty deep in his bank for this early in the match. Complicated game, kind of causing that. 3-4 is going to go to the ace. Let the trash talking begin for the team competition in, how do you pronounce that word? Someone write me a phonetic thing. Trier. Trier, like tier. It's probably some weird R stuff that happens in German too, huh? 4-2, okay. Not a bad roll. Somehow I think Kazuki's ended up in a spot where he has some chances of saving a gammon. Ooh, this is going to help too. Not that he's going to win very often if he hits, but it might give him time to shuffle some checkers around and get off a G. 6-5 is also good for saving gammons. Ja says tr-I-I-R. Did that? I don't get it. How does that phonetically help? I know you guys are trying, but 5-5, okay. And we get at least one running. And what's our best hope of getting off the gammon now? Do we need to hit a shot, or can we just run for the pips? Yeah, I think we keep it going. Feels like we could get there. Contact, of course, not favoring us by much, if at all. Oh, Georgia won't be there. I'm so used to seeing Georgia at the team competitions. Great players. Someone says like tier, like T-I-R, like tur. How do you, I don't know. Triar. Trier. That makes sense. 3. Okay. And so Kazuki stays back for the contact, small mistake. Doesn't seem to have punished him too bad. Still well under a 2. Those are always just very difficult decisions to make. Tough to find. But still looking like he's in good shape. And now does the ace come forward or does it split to get a checker on the 5? This looks reasonable. I guess. No, 5s are going to get you off the other way, so it feels weird, but more 5s in, 5-3, 5-2, 5-1. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. Yeah, Italy always shows up with a strong team. Sounds like deer, but with a trier. Got it. Every German will understand me. Wait, does that mean I'm saying it right or just that they'll understand me? 5-3. Six, 4. Oh, ouch. There's no way to get around that. You got to fade one more set. And we can get off this G. And he does it. Okay. Marc, pretty desperate. And yeah, Kazuki will take the decision. Pretty. Could have used the gammon for the clock for sure. Get a little closer to the end. Now he's going to have to be at 4-way, 5-way. Fun score for cube action.
2 points.
Travel's still tough on the world competition. That's a bummer for this year. Was someone saying, Justin, you said you saw the transcription thing that it doesn't know the dice rolls? Okay. Yeah, I think his whole deal is that you don't need to roll dice. You just do duplicate backgammon, like in bridge. Dice is for luck boxes. 4-2, yep. Could make the 9, but I mean, I think we're making the board point. What is this? Double 6s. Oh, great shot. Okay. 6-4. A slot. We're down in the race. Do we want to split or just put a checker in front of the... Well, we should just run. This is hard. This looks reasonable to me. We have a little bit of board advantage. We have to challenge somehow. And he seems to see it. That distracting in the outfield and back here is a good way to make sure that he doesn't make the 5-point or some nice board point. Very heads-up tactical play here. Another one that I just visually doesn't jump out at me. That's not what I'm thinking about in this position. Agreed, Thomas. Backgammon has so little to do with dice. And now at a trailing score, Kazuki wants to think about this. Racing lead, shots, maybe market loss. Still has to get his anchor around, though. I mean, I don't know if he hadn't given up the midpoint a lot of times. The rule of thumb is he just needs any sort of board advantage to cube or equal boards to send. To me, this doesn't look like, if he hits, I don't think it's a crusher, really. So I think he needs to be careful about the cube here. I wouldn't expect we're sending in this spot. Maybe the biggest market loser would be like a 4-1 or 5-4 that doesn't get hit back, something that escapes the 18 point and makes the midpoint. I can't see the board either, but I remember what it looks like. 2-2 is an interesting one. Guess there's some double hits. 4-3, 4-2. 6-2 is not one of them. Interesting, we want to hit, but we have no 6 with it if we do that, so maybe we just make a point. Oh, we don't even make a point. Crazy. Oh, he's looking at this big play. 5 blots is too many when you're outboarded. Well, always, but especially when you're outboarded. And I think he's going to see that. So difficult to clean this up. But, It's just too much fun to make plays like these. You gotta explore it. It's gonna rewind it and see, okay, that's right. I rolled double sixes. I'm winning the race. Let's find a racing play. And I guess if you think that way, you should find this play pretty easily. The thing that would distract me most is, yeah, this play, making the 4. I need a piece of structure to get closer to home, but a double shot's probably too much. Not to mention we got a 4-4 with it that's pretty gnarly. BMAB would make the 4-point, yeah. They are super close to. Oh, we're going back to looking at this. Needs to find a way to avoid this mistake. Blunder potential for sure. Someone calls no double on last roll. I think you're right too. I didn't see the analysis or the error rate change or what. Makes the 4, finds a comparable play. Who knows? Maybe plus favors it. Really tough to pass up structure when you get the chance. 2-5 is going to clean up a blot. Great. Marc's still in this game for sure. Turning the race around a little bit with that play. And 5-4 from the bar. What does this do? I guess it can just go. It's a lot of shots no matter what, so I guess you're still doing good in the race though. So if he's got a feel for that. Hit and lift. Right? Why do we want to play bigger than that? Seems fine. Yeah. One 5 is going to hit. We're up to 4 blots. This is a little scary. It's a good roll. Marc could be in a pretty commanding position, especially at this kind of score. He's got to make 4 blots of his own to pull it off, though. But I do think you have to go for it. This is going to be someone's going to get a good roll and all of a sudden just have the game decided. But yeah, you're just so at his mercy if you don't hit. You can't let him try to make the 5-point, things like that. So hit required, I think. Kazuki sees that there are huge swings on this roll, but even trailing, gammons are worth too much for Marc. He can just sit on it and coast to an easy match win if he receives the cube. So I don't think this is the place he wants to send it. At a more trailing, oh, look at this on plus, it's like break even. Would not have guessed that. It does feel a little bit last roll-ish. You can see those numbers aren't numbers you're used to seeing for a double type of position, but there's so much volatility. So much is going to be decided on the next sequence, like I was just saying, that we got to get the cube in now. Won't be able to take after this. Thomas says Thomas would have been on the team, but instead it's Thomas, and Thomas. But Thomas will make it next year, I'm sure. (3-1) doesn't send. Fine. Actually, slightly correct, but I don't know. I always feel like I'm making an error if it's that close and I don't get a cube in. I'd rather send it. 6-6 fan, and we have massively lost our market. Is it too good? Way too good. And now there's real blunder potential again. And this is what we expect to happen in that sequence, whoever comes out on top. And he knows, good play, great shot to make you feel happy about your too good decision. And this should be coasting the 3-way. That's a weird score to play on at, huh? You take the lead, but now you're stuck at this silly 3-way score. Okay. Yeah, 9-7. Interesting stats on Thomas's in the various Nordic countries. Yeah, Thomas Myhr is playing game 2 with Dirk right now. They're going to play a game 3 up on the stream for us. Long night of backgammon here. This is exciting. And somehow I don't think we can call this a back game. Ooh. I think Mochi gave us a quiz on this position. Marc is automatically thinking about sticking back there, but if he sees that he doesn't have the time, I think he'll see that he needs to come off from the back. And I mean, it's damage control, basically. You just need to try to get out of this untimed back game. It's not going to work. And he misses it, not a huge mistake. Oh, Thomas Tenland already has the inside info. How do you know before I do, dude? This is crazy. Okay. Six, 4. Probably just, oh, okay. Interesting. He finds a nice 5 and 6 kind of, or 6 killing. I guess 5s are still good. But tries to slow himself down a little bit. Very close. It feels very natural to just play in the 6, but nice heads up play. Oh, it tries to play out with the 6. Much better play if you can get away with it, I suppose. Good to see him still laughing over the board. Cool. Five, 2. Yep, gonna bring 2 in. Still coasting to this undoubled gammon, most likely. There's the big double 2s to crash. And talks about other rolls being the ones that kill the back game. It's always double 2s for me. Four, 4 is going to be a nice shot. Grip 2. Well, I guess maybe not the best, but preserve timing a little bit. Marc's going to get running off the front, and awkward enough that he could generate a shot. Still has a 4-point board. Got a little bit of hope of doing some things, like saving gammon things probably. Yeah, tough decision which anger you want to hold. I guess this kind of activates these checkers to close them out, freeze them up, and win some more gammons. Problem with that play. 6 off forced, 4 off, leaving a double shot at least. So I guess we rip. Wow, what an awkward roll. Marc is feeling great about his decision to leave the front instead of the back now for sure. Definitely going to hit, definitely has a better board. Still going to have a really hard time. And I guess, oh, Kazuki's going to have to slow down and think about some cube decisions now, but I think he's still way too good. Playing on. Might not be intuitive after you get hit. A lot of times in these, once it's not too good, then, I mean, your opponent even has a take. These are kind of funky. You can contain. I don't know if that's ever going to happen in this position with 3 dead checkers already. Hard to find a turnaround cube, though. 4-2 going to point. Great roll for preserving that gammon. Marc's going to fan. Would love to come around and pick up another blot with a 9. Yeah, I think it was still too good. Pretty sure. I mean, he didn't get dinged with any sort of cube error, I don't think. If it wasn't, it was by a very slight amount. Now he gets hit. And again, he's rolling, so you can watch his equity loss there. Yeah, okay, it's a hair not too good on the whatever light settings we've got. It's saying he should cash. But it's hard for me to see how he's going to regain his market, really. Now he's going to start thinking about it. 5-6. Ooh, now it's a sizable error not to cash. Very interesting. It's getting dangerous for him, and he needs to. Okay, we saw that cube information, and he sees now. So I think he's a roll late, but he knows that he needs to get it in eventually. Wow, look how big that is too. It's actually looks like it's enough to bring the PR race really close. Maybe enough to swing it here. Oof, 2 good decisions, getting everybody today. And now it's really important to send the cube, and it's not because it's cashable. Misses it again. But because it's losable, kind of like I talked about. So, ouch, punished again. It looks like maybe he already had that analyzed. I can't tell. 1, 2, 3 is going to hit, right? 6 to 1's a little better, and then lift. And now he could get dinged again. I guess with another check around, it's probably out of the market. Maybe he can't send. Maybe realizes that it could. Okay, now he sends. And, ooh, according to what we saw in the analysis, this needs to be an easy take for Marc, but he doesn't know. How do you know in this position? I'm lost. And we could see a massive blunder here if he decides just to pass and believes that Kazuki was too good. But there we go. We got that shrug where he's thinking, oh, how do I not have a take? What are you talking about? You're on the bar. You can just come around and win a race. You don't have that many checkers off. He looks like he's looking at it like, what kind of cube is this? Whew. What a bluff this would be. Massive no double. Really needs Marc's help in passing here now. And it's possible. Very possible that he can pass this. Thomas says, you know, by counting race. What about all the wastage? What about 3 blasts to bring around? A purity? What about one-way gammons? I'm not sure, man. Oof. This could be it. This could be the decider of the semifinals, pretty much. This position right here. One that, again, probably something we've never seen precisely. Hard to have your bearings in. Not sure what cube are we looking at there. Okay, so Ryan's showing us earlier when it was still a double and a take. Marc's really challenged with clock time too. Second guessing himself because Kazuki was probably... He passes. That's the match. Oof. So understand how that happens too. That's brutal. If it might be too good, still. It could be the same size error on the other side, so you have no hints how to reduce your error. Unbelievable. Mochi might be smiling behind that mask if he knows. Happy to see Kazuki get into the finals, I'm sure. What I've been talking about, though, I mean, this whole PR fear. That's a thing that happens to the people in the semifinals of the UBC. You're going to make a 600 error every now and then, too. Maybe more often. Well, let's see. He's going to need a real gift from Kazuki to get back into this. And look at this. He finds a sharp 4-away cube. Kazuki knows to pass. Huge pass. Okay. Too many gammons. And if he can just lose the match without having decisions, he'll be in great shape. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Thomas. I don't think it was really a bluff. I don't know. I'm just, using, I don't think it was implies intention or something. I don't think that's the case. I think they both misevaluated the position the same way. And they agreed. Maybe he was playing on too long. Okay, 4-away, 3-away, sensitive score, gets an opportune fan, has a little bit of an advantage. Ship it. And let Marc figure out if he's got a take or not. He does take. Small error to do so. Tough to read those ones. Fanning on a 2-point board at this kind of score is a pretty big hint, though. There's going to be a lot of gammons in a position like that. 1-6 gonna anchor up. That's gonna help save a lot of gammons. Look at him down to 119 too. He's kind of starting to pick the speed gammon back up. 5-2. What do we do with this? We don't even, I guess you do that to like consolidate blots, but you don't even want the 8 with the deuce. You want to blitz somehow. Just does nothing. This seems fine. Consolidate blots and win a race. 5-1. Can we afford to slot here? Can't afford a third checker on the 24. I guess, oh, look how close those are. For anyone that hasn't heard that principle before, that's how bad the third checker on the 24 is, that in this blitzing position, you can afford to just bring another blot into the game and slot at a score that you're desperate not to lose a gammon. They run close. Double ones, okay, insta board. A lot of life in this for Marc now. Kazuki gets to see the light and prime those back checkers in. 3-5 is a great shot, gets moving. Does it come out or do we bring a builder down? Both are fine. You probably want to slot the anchor, huh? Yeah. Want to stay there so you can make it. Some outfield control too, you know. Kazuki's probably going to play down from the midpoint a lot of times here. It's nice to prevent him from doing that freely. Oh, we're discussing value of bluff now, okay. Yeah. Yeah, what else do we have? We just want to leave it there. Maybe he's supposed to play down from the mid and slot or something like that. I don't know. But he just decides to get a checker out of the way instead. Hopefully save some gammons that way, I suppose. It's going to be very difficult for him to split off that 24 point, though. Seems probably too late. Yeah, I think it's always right to just focus on keeping the PR tight, Astro. Interesting to hear you talk about some real strategy, though. That's cool. It's getting the hang of it. Welcome to XG World. All right, brings down a builder. Ooh, what a shot. That is a saver. That's going to be the difference between a gammon a lot of the time. And he's got some play with it, too. Suki's got to be a lot more careful clearing the mid, bringing those outfield checkers in. Don't do it, Thomas. Next level after you master real strategy. Glad to hear that you're going to be thinking about strategy instead then. I guess practically I can agree with that. Do the players know if they won the PR battle after each match? Yeah, it takes a little time. We got to roll it out with ++. So the settings you're seeing now are on a little weaker analysis. So we have to do a stronger rollout afterward to make sure any assessed errors by XG that they were really errors. So that takes maybe a half hour or something like that. But in this one, I think they're both going to be pretty certain when they see the results of who the PR winner is. We'll still do a rollout to make sure. Oh yeah, someone says in this tournament you're not allowed to be human. So true. Four, 3, yeah, not time to go. I'm just gonna shuffle some checkers on the board. Saves at 6-2, okay. Does Marc still have a chance to win? Certainly, but not the kind he'd like. He's got to count on Kazuki just kind of blundering the match off. It's a bad spot. You see I think he came in with maybe like one of them had a 100 match edge, we said, and we can see equity is about 600 different now. So that's a lot of mistakes Kazuki has to make, and he's not the kind of guy that tends to make that many mistakes. In the match so far, he's lost 829 equity, so while Marc plays speed gammon, he has to play perfect and needs Kazuki to lose 600 more equity, maybe more, to catch up. Tall order. Crazy things happen though. Like big passes. I mean, it happened once already. Someone's asking if we know it's 3-1 already. Yeah, we have rolled out the previous matches. So when they get done, we do take the time to do that. We've been doing that on site now instead. We don't have so many matches to deal with. And yeah, I think we flashed the scoreboard there for a second so you could see what the results were from the past ones. Tough to find time for it when we're playing speed gammon. And Marc resigns a single. Good to come out of that without losing a gammon. And it's been a great weekend for him though, either way. Yeah, so we plus that error and we can see it's still going to be same size. And looking at the, okay, 6-2 is going to split. So now Marc's the one trailing with the aggressive cubes at 6-2. And we see again, here's the overall results. So Kazuki had a small 2.18 to 2.23. Oh, what are those PRs before this match? Average. So leading a little bit in equity. So Marc needed to win the PR point in this one to advance pretty much. And that's not looking too likely. And look at this. 3-way, 2-way. We almost had a cube already with just a split. What? Crazy stuff. 2-5, enter deep, don't get attacked. And this is probably going to be a Cuban pass at the score, right? Even the ace point's got to be good enough. We got some gammon risk. Ooh, he's feeling the time pressure. I can just feel it from the... Oh, it's actually a take, huh? Okay. Wasn't sure about that side. No, we got to ship it. Of course, there's a ton of game. Just got the ace point made. Seems easy enough. Sort of clearly not a cube for money. Oh. And he passes, gets tricked by the score. Step one to getting back into it. Might have to help Ryan find this pass. Did he get there? Yeah. 235. Third of the way there. I think he's going to survive it still, you know, but now the giant air is bigger. Okay, we get to the 2-way, 2 game. Maybe he has an idea that he knows that the cube was like more a question of the double than the take. Thinks he's crushing the PR and can afford to just let a game like that go. I don't know. That doesn't make sense. Look at this. After the double fives, you play down, you can't split 13-5. It's fine, yeah. That slotting play looks interesting though. All right, insta prime for Marc along with his double fives early. Got a lot of game plans open, looking likely to win the game point at least. Is this our best split now? Interesting. Looks a little weird. The fans. Do we know their score in the other semifinal? I heard reports. I don't know. Ask Thomas Tenland. He seems to know. Why would staff know? I've been focused on this one. I haven't stepped out of my closet. Got to watch out and see afterward. But we are going to bring the round 3 of that other semifinal onto the stream afterwards too. I expect, I don't know, there's some small chance that they just started because of time pressure here. It is 8:40 already. Jeez, it's going to be a late night. But we really want to get them on stream. And I think they're interested in having their match stream too. So hopefully they waited for us. Hopefully if they started early, they were excited to watch this match too. It's been a wild one. This 4 out or cover. Feels like you make the 6 prime, but you come out, huh? 2 checkers up. Yeah, okay. It's an opportunity. It's pretty sharp. 5s from the bar. 5-5. Yeah. Feels like 11-6 has to be part of it. Okay, looks right. Be weird if it was one of those funky switch off the 6 kind of plays. Don't see it there though. 6-4, yeah, let's get started moving. Break the 8. It's a builder. We're coasting home. So Marc seeing this one, he's gonna be very disappointed to see that on the screen. Feel bad for him. He's played such a great weekend here. Really with so many distractions too, finding a way to play some really top-notch backgammon. I think I can see him just second-guessing himself and wondering if he's going to get away with it or not too, you know? That's the real question. Someone says Dirk and Myhr are 2.2-2. Ooh, exciting. It's the kind of final we want to see. Dirk had a, I mean, superhuman PR in the first match of that one. So it'd be tough for, be interesting to see if Thomas got the PR point in that one, was able to catch up at all. If not, going to be in the driver's seat kind of. Mochi says Dirk leads in PR a lot. Nearly impossible to beat an average. Interesting. Okay. We'll be excited to see what that looks like too. We'll get those results over. How is Mochi on TV and also like messaging us? How did he do that? Is this his secret? And in. Okay. Posting home to an easy win now. And he's going to get the bad news. And Kazuki, despite a lot of challenges too, looks like he's going to be in our finals. Excited to have a 26-year-old in there. The young blood. Tough to beat the young ones. Justin says there are 2 Mochis. I think there are at least 2 Mochis, is what we have evidence of.
Kazuki played 4.2. Marc played 6.2.
Or at least 1 Jedi Mochi. Oh, yeah.
What?
Hate to see it.
You got it.
Hate to see it. I enjoy seeing the relief on Kazuki, but yeah, that's going to hurt for Marc. Really going to hurt.
I feel like he missed cubes.
He did.
And then I like.
So disappointing.
He had a take before.
Oof.
Yeah, what's that? No, 19. Did I count it?
So Kazuki missed cubes here.
Click on it.
He also played a bad set.
I had counted the race one. Damn.
He missed cubes. 1.
Ah, fuck.
Two is not small.
All right, guys, I'm going to go check on that other match, catch up with them, see when we're going to get started with Dirk and Thomas. Still definitely hoping to bring it to the stream. Kazuki's going to be really upset with a lot of those decisions too. That's, I mean, honestly, not in his range, really in general either. Not his best match either. I mean, it was just tough, very difficult, super understandable. But yes, we'll be right back. Thanks for joining us. One more match tonight, 8:45 already. We're going to go late. It's an exciting night. See you soon, I hope.
I think I'm gonna pass it too, man.
I just counted the race.
So brutal, really?
Yeah.
We were.
I thought I had it to was 18 or 19 flips down.
Oh, missed by 10.
Yeah.
I wonder. It can't be the difference. You know, by.
We're down by 8 flips. 9 for the take still. How am I gonna take it?
You would have been in the final if you took that cube.
Yeah.
What'd you come up with?
Katsuki, you make another bad play. Taking at 5-4.
You know.
I should. I feel like it was
Drop. Drop.
Hold on.
No, it was take.
Yeah.
A big take.
I was wondering. Sometimes you guys feel like you're making a risk and it's not good, but it's really easy with, I probably was this close to those.
There was also time pressure a little bit. That was like 120, 125.
That was interesting.
You know what? You spent all your time when you should have known how to come out.
I thought
You spent all your time on the 6-5 when you chose to come out and then there.
Oh yeah, and then you passed.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because it was just a pass anyway.
But I didn't know.
But it didn't matter. It was just a pass anyway.
Yeah.
So you wasted your time.
Yeah. Damn. Everything goes out the window.
That's
the average PR, everything.
Good TV though, Marc.
Yeah, that's all that matters too.
It was just 9 games, just 2.
Bad for your reputation, good for your company.
How do you know though? It's so hard. Messed up boards and stuff. One-way gammons, you know, you can still lose a gammon there. Yeah, I'm scared.
You're scared.
Yeah, scared. That's a tough one. I mean, with the gammon, another weird sport, like it's just, I guess 3-way isn't as sensitive with the gammon, so.
That was it.
Yeah, it's.
No, I already did
Clear
plus.
Yeah.
You told me to do like plus 3 times.
Is that's probably enough. That would have been really close.
Yeah, 9 games.
Fuck, man.
Så er bare med den cube der, så var det fucking
You
tape.
were playing amazing until here.
So,
Until there. You over this. This is actually going to be cute. You just bluff the hell out of it. Like you did with that Simon guy in the first night.
yeah, it is.
I'm like,
Yeah,
what are you
I
doing,
know.
man? Dropping this.
Yeah.
This is like compounded
Yeah,
tenfold.
go get dinner in here. They're probably down.
Unbelievable.
Make sure. Saito was
I thought you missed Q.
So which way we are going, like this, or? Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's like we always played.
I have
That's
to make
why.
the graphics now, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me
But-
just check. Let me check because I already made them actually. Check. Yes, yes, you are the top player. Yeah. So you'll be on top.
Yeah. Whatever.
On the template.
Okay. Yeah, you see that everything is fine, and then we need the transcriber, of
You
course.
have the right chair. Yeah, bottom.
This is from yours.
Yeah, it's not mine.
Okay, let's
Already there. Yeah,
get it out of here.
Yeah.
That's really awesome. Well, by now it's still not super late. I mean, we should be normally we are finished by 10, so that's still
okay.
that's okay. I mean, it's not like Monte Carlo where you start your important match at 2 in the morning. At least like that it was in the 90s.
Yeah.
I remember I once played a quarter final starting at 2 in the main event. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy. People go out to dinner and then they come back at.
And it used to be without a clock.
Yeah. And then it's really.
There was a match between.
Thank you guys so much for working with us. We're ready to go. It's been a crazy day. Lots of backgammon.
Yeah. Well, this is the final act for today.
Yes, at least that. And
For
then whoever
everybody.
makes it gets to do this all over again tomorrow. That's exciting, right? More.
Just så
Nick, ready?
Yeah. Where's the red?
All right, y'all. We're back. Thomas Myhr, Dirk Schiemann. Haven't seen the actual numbers of the matches, but what I've learned is that Thomas won both first matches. Dirk won the PR point, and both of them
Okay. Good
playing
final match.
like an space alien,
Yeah.
way ahead in the PR.
Let's see who starts. Yeah.
So Thomas is in this familiar position pretty much where he basically needs to win the match and the PR point to get by. Winning a small margin in the PR is not going to be enough. Last match it was kind of like that between Marc and Kazuki, a little bit more of a sweat. He's really got to do both here. Said before the match, Dirk really deserves to be in the final. Not wrong. I think Thomas does too, though. He's played a great weekend here. We'll see if he can catch it up. Oh yeah, I'm really sorry about the not taped Coke can. We'll see if we can work on that. Ryan's gonna come hang out in here with me. I don't know if they'll be able to hear his microphone or not, but late night. He'll be here for a little bit, and then he's going out of town. If they finish this match up fast, maybe I will too. But I mean, dang, dude, I'm exhausted. Been doing this since running circles since 10.
I got burned out yesterday.
Yeah.
I couldn't play great. So it's gonna make the anchor.
Whenever I see a prime, I think about hopping first. So interesting. 6 behind. Okay. Sometimes I know stuff. Interesting. You can park yourself on the 16 because the 4s are duplicated, I bet. That's a big part of it. Yep. Easy one to make. Yeah, Thomas can't do that. He's got to catch that up or get Dirk to make some sort of mistake here. Yeah, they're saying they can't hear you, so that's fine. What can we do? We got one headset. I'll get Ryan's commentary on here, but I got him in the booth with me. Had an awesome weekend. I think we'll try to do like interviews about it at some point or something like that. It'll be fun.
So with the cube now, 32 pips. Yeah, it finds it instantly as it should.
Yeah,
Easy take with the gaps there. Burn checkers.
Awesome. Ryan's saying easy cube, but still an easy take with the gap, and Dirk finds it. So I actually would have thought, yeah, with the 2 gap, that makes sense. I guess it's a lot of pips, so I would have thought about passing it. Those can be hard for me, but okay, coming right in.
3-1. No, you don't need this.
Yeah, and so they're thinking about the save a 6 decision or not. I tend to just come in, but finds this. Oop, no, don't do this. Okay. Dirk top 5 world for sure. I gotta agree with that. Oh man, my device is updating for some reason, so I'm gonna lose the YouTube chat. That's no fun. Can't talk to you guys. Okay, but yeah, common theme in here when you make one of those 6 saving plays, you gotta follow up and keep kind of with some impure stuff. That's fine.
I just played a 6 here. I don't like stacking up on the 7. It could be right.
No, I don't think we can plug them in together too. So. All right, 6-1. This is an awkward one. We're not leaving a shot, I don't think. Maybe we could try to break from the mid or something like that. Sucks berry to the ace, but wait for an opportunity. Yeah, we can do that. Here, Ryan's going to talk to you about backgammon for a little bit. We'll give it to him for the rest of this game.
Hey guys, nice to be here. I got bounced in the quarterfinals by Marc Olsen. A little bit disappointing from my overall play, but what are you gonna do? He's a grandmaster. Leaving no shots seems fine here. Yeah, that's what I was gonna think about. The original position was 2 there. Can do this, but interesting. No, he's gonna have to break the midpoint next time anyway with the 6. Interesting. No, this play can't be right. This is the 3rd play. Why would you leave a shot here and you can break the more troublesome point? You don't care about making your board. You just want to get your checkers home safely. Yeah, and as you can see here, 7-6, 7-1 is the right play. 13-6 is only a small blunder, but just 2 and playing safe seems fine. These guys are so tired right now. It's hard to think clearly about backgammon. They're not. Thomas would find the 7-6, 7-1 play almost every day of the week, but he's just mentally and physically exhausted right now. Yeah, blunder. Gets punished. Dirk's about to win this game with the recube. Just not too good. Two, 6. There's a 2. 4. That was just too good. A little bit of prime, almost no gammons. I would end up cashing this, but it's not going to be a yeah. I thought it was going to be closer than that, but only 82% wins. I would have guessed more, but I guess he still has a bit of prime going on. Okay, 2-0 for Dirk, sorry. Thomas got punished by that bad 6-1 from playing 13-6. That's what happens in backgammon. You make the bad play, you get punished. Six five strong, just gonna run. Dirk's looking for a strong roll. Double fours, he knows this one. 2 ups, 2 downs, always better than making the 5 point. Might as well do 2 good things at once rather than just once. Focusing too much on one side of the board rather than both at once. 5-3 is nice. Nice play, I guess. Not really a nice roll. Dirk's huge favorite in this game now, probably about 65%, I would say. Not enough to cube, especially at leading 2-0 to 7, but he's getting there. A couple more, maybe making the 5 point will do it for him. Nah, only one checker back. I'm not sure, but definitely not a cube yet. He's not even gonna think about it. Five four makes that point, yeah. Now he's gonna start thinking. He's folding his arms. He's gonna start counting the race, seeing how far he's ahead. Double sixes is not great, but it's more pips in the race. His best roll just jumps out from the back now, and as you can see here, the numbers makes it a huge no cube. Three five is gonna come down off the midpoint. Yeah, he can do this. Okay. I didn't see that at first. Leaving only 4-3. Does he roll it? No. The ace is going to step up, challenging that blood in the 8. Yes, just slot. 6 is going to hit. There's a hit. 2, I guess, is 6-4. Although I could be tempted here to play. No, I can't be. 6-4 seems fine. 5-5, nice roll. 1, 2, 3 into the ace, it looks like. Don't know why he would stop there. He can't play 3 down. Yeah, he's gonna run. Force him to call off the anchor if he hits. You don't want to stay back there. Yeah, 6-1. He's gonna be heads 6. What is that? 22 pips now. Yeah, this play is too disconnected. You still have a straggler to bring around. There's no point letting it get attacked on the 5 point. There's 1, 2, and the natural other 2 is obvious. Yeah, good play. Dirk really wants a 5. Gets it. Doesn't matter if it breaks the anchor, he's gonna hit, of course. 2s are nice. 2, 3 great. 2-1 hits twice, it looks like. What else are you gonna do? You can. Small mistake for me. 4-3 is actually better. Yeah, he's gonna look at it. You can't blame him. Look at this play. Yeah, lifts are very hard to find, especially when I play pure and backgammon. That's generally the idea, is to put your checkers where you want. Sometimes it's just better just to lift, leaving less shots. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're gonna hit on the 23 for sure.
Oh yeah, from the bottom.
Yeah, please don't do this, Thomas. This would ruin you, my friend. Anyways, you're gonna see he's slightly ahead in the race, so I think that's his game plan. Just hit. Actually, that's the reason why you're gonna lift, because you're actually ahead after the hit, so you don't really want to get hit back. You're looking for it, and also the cube's not given yet. So even though it looks like the second play wins more gammons, it's probably gonna be the play if the cube were given, but because there is no cube, you want to play safe. Oh, he played the 6-4 play. Oh no. Ah, Thomas is in trouble now. So there's a 4, 6 is there, sure, why not? You don't need to hit. Forcing the roll 4 to get out. Rolling 6 just gives him actually more good numbers. Now he has 5s and 1s better than just 4. 5-3 is gonna hit. Yeah, he sees this one. fan. This is a cube now. Looks like pass at the score. Hit the clock, yeah. Small pass. Looks like a huge take for money, but at this score, you just want to be safe. You don't need to play a volatile position like this. You just pass, move on to 2-1. You're still fine. Dirk's gonna think. It is small. My inclination was, yeah, he's gonna pass. Oh, I guess not. He's just touching the clock. He sees them. He sees more merit in this position than I do. That's for sure. Then again, Dirk's definitely a better player than I am. I would just pass this like a rock at the score. I mean, 2's covered. Any 2 and you're done, basically. I guess he sees a duplication of the 4s. That's an interesting thing. It must be a bigger pass if the 4-point were to 5-point. Or even a 6-point were to 5-point, because now there's no duplication. 5s and 4s and 1s and 7s are good rather than just 4s and 2s and 8s. Again, the 1-2 from Thomas making a 350 blunder. He's tired. I'm sure, again, he finds this play 9 times out of 10 when he's fresh, but there's just so much backgammon. Yeah, nice pass from Dirk. No, I'll give one more game. I like commentating. So 2-1. Thomas wants to be again aggressive at the gammonish positions and at gammon-less positions because getting the 4-away is strong. So 5-4, just splitting down. Yes, that's correct. No, this is wrong. Second roll. Second roll should be drilled into everyone's minds. They shouldn't have to waste the clock on a second roll position. Yeah. 3-4 is nice. And a fan, it doesn't look like a cube yet. There's a 1. That's a terrible roll. Just 5s. That's the best we can do, unfortunately, for Thomas. 5-5 is great. Make the 3. And I guess remake the 8. You don't care too much about running. In fact, it's beneficial to stay back because a lot of shot levers for, or really it is right to run out. It's interesting. Yeah, I would think that there's just more shot levers for white. So why you want to run? But 6-1 will solve a lot of his problems. This is not a cube. 6-2 runs from 23. Yes. Good play. Running 23 is 24 because your blot is much safer in 24. It's much more flexible too, actually. There's a 1. Yeah, you're not going to come out. You see, against a blitzing structure like this, 5 guys in the 6-point, you don't want to split your back checkers. So probably just 8-7, 6-1 seems fine, taking away a tempo to build the 4-point or to run away that guy in the 15-point. What's he looking at? Yeah, there you go. Good play. Any cubes? Do I like this cube? Yeah, he's got a shot. He's got 1 guy out. He's ahead 16 pips in the race. Easy take, of course. XG++ reverses to a borderline cube, no cube. He's going to take it, Thomas. It's not... Having 2 guys against a stacked position like this is not as scary as it looks. He's still got lots of play here. Even 4-2, let's say black rolls 4-2, enters in safeties. You have shots that point on the 4-point, make the 5, start your own prime, or just run out all the way like double 6. Or pick and pass. Yeah, good take. Easy take. He wants a 1. Doesn't get it. So 4 must come in on the 4. 5 looks like out. Yeah, I like this play. Challenging the strip midpoint rather than staying behind there when they get pointed on. What's to say? Yeah. Second best play is 15-10. It's about half a blunder. 4-2 is going to hit, of course. Is it? What does this accomplish besides leaving a whole bunch of blots in the position? Maybe just making the 4-point is better here. Yeah, it is. Hard play. 6 millipoints is nothing. 1 millipoint at double plus. Yeah, he is trying to duplicate ones. But there's just too many blots in the position against a weaker board. 4-2 enters on deuce. I think enters on deuce. But that's Dirk, and I can't really complain or criticize his play. This guy's a super grandmaster, basically. 5-2 is going to make the... No, please don't do this. Make the 4-point. Good play. Dirk rolls a 2-6. That's not good. So if the scores are 4-1, would this be a recube? Luckily, you don't have to think about that because it's only 2-1, but it's interesting. Thomas definitely, as you can see, definitely got the merit out of his take. Very nice, a decent position from Thomas, about 50-50, I would say. Beautiful 3-1. Maybe not 50-50, maybe 60-40. 4-2. No, they don't play dice on checkers. I love dice on checkers, but I had to pick up and re-roll my dice countless times in this tournament. I always play dice on checkers when you have the chance. 2 is yes there. You don't want to get it. You don't want to let him get out with tempo, and then just 5 down. Seems reasonable. So 6s are going to run now, actually, rather than hit. Yeah, this is not a recube. If this is a recube and he finds it, I'll be very... Yeah, it's huge no cube. If the scores are 4-1, you can recube this, actually, because you're a favorite. But here it's just too much. You know, I mean, Dirk would love to take a gammonless recube like this because it gets him to Crawford if he wins. Just not enough to go on here. He needs to get at least one of those back checkers out before he has a cube. And the blot in the ace is not helping anything. If the blot and the ace are on the 6-point, for example, would it be a recube then? It would be closer. Maybe you could find a small cube. But as of now, it's just this position is infinitely worse. There's just nothing really to think about. He's thinking. He's dead tired. You can tell. And Thomas didn't play the best last match too. So he's got to win the PR and the match here in order to move on to the semifinals, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen with that 300 blunder he made with the 2-1. But he doesn't know that yet. He's still trying to play his best backgammon, and we can still put on a good show here at backgammongalaxy.com. My name is Ryan. I'm 19 years old. I've been playing backgammon since I was a kid. Really, I love this game. This works perfectly for my skill set, which is pattern recognition and intuition. And I didn't play my best tournament this weekend, only about 3.8 average overall, but still many more years of backgammon to go. Thomas is down to 5 minutes left. Yeah, he's in trouble. I wonder why they're not playing on the Marbella board that they used in the first day. Yeah, nice Neptune board. Nick just commented here. I guess you can buy one of these online. Yeah. So if you're interested, go to backgammongalaxyshop.com. Backgammon Galaxy. Yeah, he's going to waste all his time on this recube. And the longer he thinks, the more likely he is to find it. That's just the way it works in this game. Because his first instinct is definitely not the cube, but the more he thinks, it looks like a cube, and suddenly he says, okay, I'm going to cube, just not waste more time. That happened to me a lot. I'm number 2 on backgammongalaxy.com, but online I found this weekend I play a lot better online than over the board. It's just hard to translate sometimes, but a lot more practice this year. Come back next year stronger.
Dimitri agrees that ace point block means no cube. You know Dimitri?
Dmitry Obukov?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Dmitry Obukov says that the blot in the ace point makes it a lot worse, which of course it does. Because now even if you point on the guy, he still has an ace point to hit. Okay, he's gonna roll. He's gonna roll. Come on, Thomas. Oh, he's still thinking.
You and Zdenek in a multi-table.
Yeah, maybe. We talked about three tabling speed. There, nice roll. 4-2 just brings it to 5 point. Or covers the ace. Interesting. Yeah, I don't like this play. It doesn't leave enough attacking checkers. Bring it to 5. At least you can make more builders for the 3-point or the 2-point that way, rather than just here. But I could be right. Transcriber doesn't show us. 2-1. You don't want to step up. Just make the 4-point. Guy's gonna break anyway. Okay, 7-1 was correct. Good play. There's a 6. 6, yes. Cut, hop out. That's the right play. Just bite the bullet. Do it now before you crunch. There's a 4-1. He's gonna hit, of course. You can't afford to step up. Hit and down. Leaving it slotted, I think. Maybe hitting in. You don't need the useless shots. Yeah, hitting in seems strong. You don't want to leave 1-6, 2-6, 2-5. Those are rather ugly and annoying. And it's not like you can make the bar point and keep it next time anyway. And it's the checker on a 3-point is still a builder for the 2 and 1 point. Interesting position. Okay, he does this. He's probably right. But he's not this time. I beat Dirk. There you go. 2-4 this there, yes. 6-1, double hit. Very oh, you can hit and step up. Oh, you can hop out. No, hopping out's wrong because it still leaves double shot anyway. My first instinct's usually right, so I'm just gonna go with the double hit. It seems better than anything else, really, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, 8-7, 8-2. 8-2, 2-1 is a huge blunder. This is a difficult position. What does 8-7, 8-2 do? Oh, it keeps the prime. Yeah. If you once he looks at it, he's gonna find it. You can see that even if white hits with 2, he still needs a lot of work to do to get those checkers out. 1-6 is now not good. Actually, 1-6 is fine. No, 1-6 is not good because it forces him to play 7-1. Yeah, there you go. Good play. Yeah, it looks. The problem with double hitting is that you don't have the 7-point. You need some sort of a counter prime to cause him some bad numbers to break that 8-point. Just doesn't have that when you put 2 on the roof, so that's why that's wrong. I might have made a blunder there. No, just backgammon for me. I'm sorry. I'm kind of a nerd like that, but what are you gonna do? Yeah, this one seems reasonable as well. Just stepping up, buying time to get out while you still can. Don't blame for making this play either. He didn't even look at the double hit, which is why he's better than me, but... Okay. Blunder from Dirk, basically. You don't see many of those from him. Two, 3. Hit in there, yes. Black's a huge favorite now, especially with that 6. And don't leave a 2-5. There's no point. Although it does... Huh. Yeah, I don't think you leave a 2-5. Why do you want to get hit there? Yeah. So 5 is going to run out now, I think. 5-3. Yeah, just go into the 5-point. Is that a play with the blood and the ace? Running all the way. How bad is running into the 5? You can't be right, leaving just 1s. But 15 challenging the bluff to come home. That's the best play. It's hard to find, especially in the stressful position that you guys are now. He finds, what is that, 8-3, 8-5, 7-2. Small error. Nothing to. Yeah, I like this. Just. Now he's more scared to run out with 5s, and he didn't do it last time, so he's not going to do it this time anyway. But he's going to crunch before he runs out now. And if you don't know how to play this, if you don't know much about this game, just know that crunching is the worst, absolute worst thing you can do. Although, and it also brings up some very difficult decisions for both players, actually. Marc made a 650 blunder in a crunch position. If you've seen that, it's quite something. 5-3 would have been interesting for white. No, it's black's turn anyway. 6, 5-3 versus 5-2, just leave 5-2. Yeah. I love how he tapped the clock. 5-4, you gotta go now. No. Yeah, that's right. Just avoid the crunch. You're not gonna lose a gammon anyway.
What is crunching?
Oh, crunching is when you just bury all your checkers to the ace and deuce point. 3 points sometimes. Just clearing the high points and putting them all in the low points. When that happens, it's very hard to contain a checker with the prime. So that goes out the window. Blitzing goes out the window too, because you can just enter in the high points and make an anchor there. Just when in doubt, make a play that doesn't crunch. Yeah, this is 71. He's going to make it. He's scared of losing gammon, but there's no gammon anyway. There's no gammon anyway, and he's going to have to run out next time anyway. Double 1s. Why do you want to make? You don't need to make the 7 point here. Just do like this, 3 and then 2 to 5. Double 6s doesn't leave a shot anyway. Double 5s doesn't leave a shot. Double 4s is good. Yeah, good play. This is my play as well. So it means if Dirk finds it, I mean, it must be the right play. Is Thomas already down to 1 minute? He spent time on that position. He's in trouble now. 2 minutes and 11 seconds already. Not even halfway through the match. This is bad time management. Only Mochi gets away with this stuff. Although I have a habit of playing too fast, so that's also bad time management. But I need to work on that. I need to work on practicing over the board for next year. There's 2. There's. You don't need to do this. You just take 1 off, no? Six 1 runs out. I would have just taken 1 off there. Could have been wrong. I mean, even if you get hit, you're just gonna enter anyway. Now double 3s is 2 off and then clear to 6 point. Oh, interesting. I don't even see this play. Yeah, this looks better. Wins more gammons. Three and a half versus 2, which is clearing a 6 point. If it was double match point, 6 off would be like almost, well, it would be about 48 millipoints error to do this play. But here you don't care, or you don't. I mean, you have such high winning chances anyway that 1.5% more gammons is worth it. Especially when it gets to Crawford. Yeah, he's gonna find it. So fan and then double 6s, what means he's right. Oh, okay. 4 and you're gonna stay for 6-2. 4-3 clears this point. Looks like it's gonna be 4-1 for Dirk. Thomas has, he's never out in this game, but I think it's safe to say Dirk's gonna play Kazuki Yokota in the finals of this tournament. Be very interesting watch. Could happen tomorrow. 6-3. He's never going to resign because he wants those decision points, even though it doesn't matter because he's playing much worse anyway. I've been playing since I was about 8 years old. My dad basically owe everything to him. He's one that took me to the first live tournaments. A special memory for me is winning the doubles tournament with him in Boston, actually. That was cool. And that's when I started taking off with this game. Reading Marc Olsen's books, reading Bill Roberti's books, and watching the UBC Contender in 2020. All of that just got me, and like the skills, that's what I'm good at, just pattern recognition, intuition, which is what this game takes. Most people think it's mathematics. I really don't think so. I think it's just recognizing the patterns and realizing what's better and what's not. You don't need math in this game, really. So the only time math's really going to help you is either to count shots or to count like those last like two roll positions with 3 guys spread out versus 2 guys spread out, something like that. Anyway, I'm going to head out.
Thanks, Matt. Ryan Rebelo, ladies and gentlemen. He's got to go tour the city. I got to get out night before the night, I don't know, a couple nights ago. Figure out any crew. Everyone's been such awesome hosts of showing us around the city and stuff. And yeah, this is the storyline, as we've kind of been saying, was that Dirk's got a pretty, I guess Thomas had a really bad last match relatively in the PR. So losing average PR by quite a bit, but they're tied in points. So if they tie in any way, Dirk is incredibly likely to win the PR race. Could be that Thomas wins the PR by so much that a match win on Dirk's side could still win it, but clearest path for Thomas is to edge out someone that doesn't make many mistakes by not making many mistakes of his own and also win the match, or yeah, this particular 7-point match. Not really favored to do either at the moment, but it's been a great tournament for him. Showed up and played, I think, low 3s average on the way into the semifinals here. What is Dirk's PR so far? I don't know. I think it's unmeasurable, something like that. I think it was a high 1 in the first match, and I haven't seen the second match results. But I think Mochi has them plus already. Interesting decision there. It's already common theme after the 6s to break the 18 with 5s, leave the shot. When you get away with it, here comes the cube. And usually this probably just looks like an easy take, probably still because there aren't a lot of gammons for Dirk, but he's going to think about it. He knows that, well, he just knows these very well. Super excited for his book. Well, the players have been very patient with us today as we've tried to get all of these 6 matches for everyone in between the quarterfinals and semifinals. This is definitely way later than we intended to be playing, but it worked out well. I'm super glad that we got to see the last match of each semifinal on the stream. So that's pretty cool. Dimitri asking all matches, including qualifiers. Well, the 14 qualifier matches, he came in with a 2.9 something. And against Marcus, he might have been in the 3s. And I think in this so far, he's been like lights out. So I don't know, you know, his goal is always just try to stay underneath a 3. I think he's going to do that. And the question with him is always, you know, how much farther below. Yeah, mistake to pass it. Again, after taking a seminar, I guess I just feel less surprised in those sometimes. I think he has specific ideas about how those actually work. Doesn't always trust plus on those decisions. And of course, not that big. You know, he might have, I mean, he brings so much gamesmanship to the format. He might have some idea that not playing out that game is just going to be less risky somehow. I don't know, man. But he's like one of the few players capable of just constantly being conscious of the situation. And yeah, from the bar though, he can't pass this. Not enough going on. And so gonna go ahead and play at 5-way, 3-away. Glad you guys like Ryan. Yeah, drinks on Ryan. That sounds fine. Let Maggie and Tony know for sure. Forget who else is going out, but party crew. Oh, that's what we're talking about. No. Yeah, you did. Well, I think it's a purse actually, but you know, I'll whisper and shoot it out the door here. One moment, please. For some reason, there's no cash in it. I checked for you, but it is here.
Pause. 3, 2. Done. Hit and split.
Hit and split. 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
How
Then
much you get?
Oh,
3, 2.
catching up on transcription real quick. Okay, okay.
Anchor, hit, lose. Everything set?
Yes.
Go. I think we saw the results for that cube tour, small no double, so proper snap for Dirk. Yeah, he does seem to like find these very small cube errors. I don't know, just thinking really deep about it, and that seems to be most of the mistakes he makes. You know, of course, I don't know, confusing checker play here and there, but yeah, I'm always surprised. I don't feel like I tend to ever see him. I'm not sure I've seen him make the 600 cube there, you know? He, 100 can be close and can be confusing, and he'll certainly think about that and choose the wrong side sometimes, but always seems to know where he's at. Really deep understanding of the game. Yeah, I need a souvenir. That seems fair. Three's fan, and maybe that's what Dirk wants. No. Oh, sorry. Of course, it's not what he wants against Thomas. He needs timing to deal with these 5 checkers back. Does not have a back game at all. Love to have a way out of it. 6s out are great. Maybe he'll even break the deuce soon if he can keep creating time with this. Okay, well, if we're going to play a back game, this is a way to generate the timing. Except that timing isn't really timing if it's stuck behind a prime and he can't get it moving. So I don't know. I imagine he'll discard this play. He's got to think about it. And hopefully, I'm not sure. We had some quiz problems like this in the seminar. I can't remember if he was taking those with Mochi's back game seminar, but this looks like a fairly clear no timing, abandon the idea of a get back game kind of position to me. Yeah, here we go. It's looking at the pointing play. Seems quite reasonable. Now, Ryden didn't have any cash, Jasper, is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. 4 in, okay. You got the timing you wanted. Let's see if he can turn it in. Dances. I guess if he dances on a 3-point board, it kind of works his timing. Aces. Yeah, sure. I think, yeah, that's a great point for that blot. You want to mess up the whole timing battle again by slotting the back so that when Dirk escapes with 6s, he has to hit. Doesn't bother to hit the checker on the 5. I might have thought that you should. You can't afford to let your opponent make too good of a forward position, so sometimes you want to hit certain blots out there. And now it's starting to feel a little risky that like overtiming also looks, but I don't know. At this match score, what if you want a backgammon? That'd be cool. Maybe it's worth trying. I think it's time to think about overtiming and using that to come home. 6 and continue. I don't know why. I really feel like on good points you want to take that checker off there and not let your opponent make it. But I don't know. Maybe he's seen something I'm not. I haven't seen the hints on that. Can't tell if it's counting his errors or not. Maybe he's got the right idea. These are complicated. Guys, I said there was no cash in the wallet. Why are you? What are you talking about? Yeah, it would have been Canadian. It wouldn't even. Ah, that's what it was. There was a bunch of colored paper kind of trash in there. Can't rip it. It's weird. All right, ace hits. Probably prefers not to send a checker back, but too bad. That's why Thomas put it there. 5-3, pretty simple. And most of those 7 checkers are going to end up pretty deep, I think. We'll see if he can salvage some sort of game with the 8 remaining behind the prime. Is it another chance to hit on the ace, or do you just want to let your opponent play? I mean, you like being hit on the ace. You also like when he rolls a 6 and hits you, or rolls double 4s and has to play it. Seems like a good play. $5-2. We want to. Yeah, I guess we've done plenty of work with those ones, so let's get recirculated for timing. What else is there to time anymore here? I don't know. Not sure about this. At some point, you just have to think the job is done and start coming home, don't you? Now you just have a checker on the ace. Did you want it there? I don't know. $5-4. And yeah, now he's kind of with that blot back there. A little scared to leave a shot and feels obligated to cover it. Usually you put it there with no intention of ever covering it. Maybe you're supposed to start clearing there too. Yeah, it looks like he did make a big mistake there. This ugly distribution should have taken only 5 punished. Yeah, 5-4 could have brought 2 checkers in, and even he would have been hit with the 3-6 if Dirk wanted, but what would that have done? He's got this goofy 2-point board. So yeah, crashing now. Dirk actually only has 1 dead checker, but if he's going to start hitting and things like that, he has to somehow manage to build the prime backwards. Start by making the ace or slotting it and hoping to get recycled, I guess, is probably your best game plan. This could be a long one. Dirk under time, or sorry, Thomas under time pressure too. Could get really messy. Maybe he just wanted to see if he could get someone to flag one time. I don't know. I've heard in here saying that Thomas is fine under speed gammon pressure, so probably not. I feel like maybe Dirk would know that too. I don't know. Oh yeah, good point. Dirk's containment game could be a nightmare for his PR. Maybe this is what Thomas needed, actually. This is interesting. You know, I don't know how Dirk got himself. I mean, he chose the plays that got him into this, and he should know that. I mean, he said these things out loud, is that the person that wins the back game has to win a containment game. So why is he going for it when he knows it's a PR killer, you know? You can't throw another checker behind, can you? You probably would rather be hit back there. Can't see 6-1. I don't know, unless it saves gammon somehow. It's just, oof. It looks like it's okay. Wow, that's just... Was it? No, it just shot his PR, didn't it? Yeah. I don't understand how you can do that with your... with the very few precious resources you have in this game. Must be trying to save a gammon somehow. Maybe that's the goal. Someone in the chat says, don't play back games with PR rating. Yeah. There's some wisdom to that. It's a dangerous game. You better be comfortable with it. Yeah, he's got 2 more 4s. Dirk would definitely prefer that he played them. 3 3-5, sure, just top out. Wow. This is ugly. Yep, 3 and ace, just stack it up. Don't see much benefit in hitting. 4-3 was a true X for play. Which one was that? Oh, hitting and getting into the back game. I see. All right, we got one of those. Do not trust the bot kind of people, it seems like. Could be wrong, could underestimate back games in some positions with many back like this one that he got to, but a bit unlikely in that spot. I think it's a lot to ask for to time that game. We can see the logic of why it would be wrong, you know. So when you have that and you have the bot telling you, I think you gotta start to trust it. Someone says Dirk very little change in equity. I think unless I'm forgetting a blunder he made with the checkers earlier. Oh yeah, the 4-3 was a blunder, wasn't it? So maybe he didn't make a mistake making the ace. I don't know. I thought his PR might have come up to a 3 during this though somehow. You know, it definitely brought his PR up to choose the back game to begin with. Yeah, I like this split. I think the idea here with those 3 checkers on the 5 is that there's going to be some 6-2, 5-2 kind of double blot numbers forced to play that way. Always looking for the 3 checkers for that situation. You prefer to come off the anchor and let him do it. And then when he has 2 checkers, you kind of prefer to have it and force him to stay there on the deuce. Obviously can't remake it. Little trap theory. 5-5. Thomas is, you know, despite having some tough games, PR recovering too. Still needs help from Dirk to get back in this for sure, but at least he's on his way to winning some match points. That's going to help. Two one is gonna, yep, hit. 4-3, gonna try to save some backgammon saving decisions. Yeah, Thomas is gonna leave that checker stacked on the bottom, so yeah, there we go. Dirk is gonna fix that. Doesn't want to forget what's going on here. No, I don't think anyone's sneaking things over on each other. 4-2. No BG. Crawford. Running out of time to regain this PR race for sure.
4-2.
Just take 1 minute.
Yeah, sure.
Take
sure.
a quick break. He's gonna work on the match win for sure, though. That's gonna help. What does Astro Rex mean anyway? Like a space dinosaur? Sounds cool. Well, all right. So 6 matches in a day. It's been rough on the schedule today. We tried to get started at 10 a.m. We're a little bit late on the sudden death, and matches got started later, and that's dragging us all the way to it's almost 10 o'clock p.m. now here on Marbella time. Here we go. We have the results from the other ones. Yeah, Thomas had an off match in match 2, so his overall average is hurting and going to be tough to recover. Dirk playing his A game in those first 2. Still has time to bring it down to that range too. Very well could average, you know, low 2s in the semifinals. Crazy stuff. I mean, he brings it to these tournaments every time. It's not going to be enough to get you to the finals every time, but he's really happy. I think he didn't make the semis last time around. So that was his goal, was to get that far this year, and he achieved that at least, and looking like a strong favorite to make it to the finals, and should be a really exciting match with Kazuki tomorrow. Intending to start those at 10 a.m. We'll see if we get around to it. Wait, is it actually George Shetson's dog's name? That would be more obvious. Astro Rex. Rex means king? I thought Rex meant Rex. Oh, in Latin. Here we go. They're back at the table. King of Astrology. Okay. Yeah, that fits. I like astrology. I think it's cool. Interesting to me. But it does fit. 4-1. I think we hit and split with this usually. Down? Why down? Is this for? Man, Ryan would be disappointed if I'm off on my opening theory, but when we can unstack the 6, I think we can afford to split with it too. Maybe there's too many double hits in that variety, since 5s hit, 3 1s are going to hit again, just to end up in the air too often. I don't know. Or is it cover? I'm off, Dimitri? No. Dimitri knows. Is it different at DMP or something too? Man. Remember when I started and that was like one of the few things I could know. So I studied the hell out of that, had it down, learned how to actually play backgammon. Don't remember my second rolls now. Still remember a lot of rules and probably not going to make big mistakes, but oh, so much to memorize in this game. Right at all scores down. Okay. I'm going to try to memorize that one again. You got it. 4-1. Hit on the 5 and down. Probably for the reasons I mentioned, a little bit of duplication with the 4 to hit if he does it with the 5 too. More attacking when you get hit. Makes sense. I could convince myself. 3-1. Are we gonna hit? This looks like a little funky. Could be. Could be. I was thinking of cleaning up and stepping up while they're playing fast. Oh yeah, Thomas has to play speed gammon. That's what's going on. 3-4, come out, get moving against all those checkers back. This makes a lot of sense. Create 6s from the bar, but I guess he's kind of happy a lot of times. I don't know. I'm not sure if we want to risk getting stuck behind a structure when it strips the midpoint like this. Five, 4. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anchors are nice. Anyone calculated the number of possibilities that a 1 point can have? I don't know. I guess it's theoretically not infinite, but it's almost practically infinite. Too many.
Yeah, take your time.
And if we imagine that,
So, you know
in
the
some
roles?
theoretical sense,
A6,
all of your checkers can be rewound to the 24 point,
4,
and then
5,
everything in between.
A6.
4, 5. I think I made
Multiply that by
I made the bar point.
all the possibilities on the other side too.
4, 5.
It's too big of a game.
And A6.
I wonder if
sticking out
there
of
is,
the bar.
like, I don't know. Doesn't seem solvable in some sense, but
A6.
beatable is one thing by AI. Solvable is
And now
different.
6-3.
6. And let me double check.
We're the game 3 and math nerds on that one. Isn't it like some order of magnitude more difficult as a game than like chess. Not sure where it compares to Go, if that's bigger. I think Go is probably bigger. I don't know for sure though. That's how big backgammon is. How many rolls can be on third roll? It's too many. Maybe it's theoretically possible to memorize. I think Stick insists that he was going to at some point, but then there wasn't enough money in it, so he didn't. But second roll is like hundreds, and then I think third roll is like thousands. Is it? Go is way bigger than backgammon. Okay, makes sense. The board spaces, but it doesn't. I guess Go. Does Go ever conceptually travel backwards? That's kind of a problem with the problem space. Maybe it doesn't matter. Stick does say a lot of things. No, he doesn't. He says like very concise things. Man of few words. Very specific though. What is the number for third rolls that we can study from the original? I can't, for some reason I want to say like 10,000, but I thought it was, I know it's like thousands for sure. Say hi to your wife. Nice shot there. Okay, this is the weird 23-18 back game. I like it. Gonna be tough for Dirk to bring this home. Not as hard as a regular back game. 6-4, okay. Probably just ping around checker. I guess you could come 6 around the bend and bring in or something like that. This is gonna get stiff quick. Ooh, John O'Hagan in there with the exception. Take that. Maybe we're both wrong. Oh yeah, someone with an interesting argument about the choice of moves. Oh, gammon save, okay. Fine. Dimitri still wins. Thanks for trying for me though, John. 3-1. What is this? I guess we keep the distribution. And this is most likely going to play up like a deuce point game, but it's nice to have a little bit of contact on the 18-2. Thomas has plenty of timing to try to win this. Doesn't mind too much if he loses a gammon at the score, odd away, of course. Since after post Crawford, Dirk is going to be able to just ship the cube and win 2 points in any game that he wins anyway. Saves very little. Threes? Looks good at first. Clears. Yeah, sure. This is fine. Okay. What numbers are we missing? Seems like everything plays okay. Even though we're odd. Four one. I mean, for sure we're going to the ace, and then against the 2 point you're supposed to rip usually. You hate that stack there, but feels like you would want this little distribution thing. But again, I was noticing that we're not forced to play any numbers off our 4 point here, maybe not for a while. So maybe there isn't any real risk here. Maybe we just rip. Seems okay. Yeah, now the 4-1's getting more awkward. Maybe we take a chance to clear from the rear this time. Or we could clear the 4, I guess. Does that make any sense? How would that help? Gonna leave some shots. This must leave less shots afterward. Interesting numbers about the sizes of the games. I don't know where those numbers are coming from. Okay. Here's Thomas's chance to take care of this match. 6 is not going to do it. Looks like they're likely to play a post Crawford now. He can stay for one more shot, I guess. What does it gain? What does it lose? Who cares? There's hitting and go. Well, I know you can. There's capturing. And then you can put the pieces back on the board. Can they get in that spot, though? I don't know. Confuses me. I guess it's irrelevant if you can repeat positions, though. Hey, if you like questions like that, I'm pretty sure you're going to love Dirk's book when it comes out, by the way, too. I think this is how he's treating backgammon and finding all kinds of these crazy cool PR or like cube and score puzzles and things like that. Wins a gammon. Here we go to DMP. Simon Carter, you did hear that Dirk is writing a book. Some editing help, I think. I don't know how close he is to publishing it. I think it's written. I think they're working on it. Material's been out there for something like a year now, he was saying. He's been having someone edit it. And I just know that the way he thinks about it and writes and things like that, his lecture, all that, really technical thought process about things. So I'm sure there's people in the chat that are going to be loving that book when it comes out, myself included. I mean, it's funny to say, I really don't know if I'll be able to apply any of it over the board, and I'm still just going to love reading it. Can't wait for it. This is a tricky play. I would think that the split, I mean, if we're ahead in the race now, I guess I can't see the pip count perfect. This seems logical. If it's bad, it didn't punish too much. 6-4 should make the bar. I could link up those blots, okay. Again, racing consideration. Gotta hit when you're behind, I think. What time is the final starting tomorrow? The plan is 10 a.m. I would not bet even money on us pulling that off. But it's going to be a long day, so I really hope we do. So we can stay on the schedule a little bit. John likes Dirk 6-6, me too. Seems right. Enter high and hit for tempo so you don't get 5 primed. Oh, double threes. Going to get 5 primed anyway. Dirk's in the driver's seat for winning the match point too. Really shutting all the doors on Thomas here. Needs to not make any giant mistakes, and he'll be the one on the way to the finals. What is the format of the final? 6 times 7. 6 7-point matches in a row. So same schedule as today, except that was for quarter and semi. They're going to play that many matches to decide it. So plenty of time to figure out who the best in the galaxy is to challenge Mochi. Yeah, I'm not sure where the best place to get notified when Dirk's book comes out would be. I'm sure they'll be buzzy about it. You'll see it at tournaments and stuff, most likely. What time does final start in Eastern time? Whatever 10 a.m. in Marbella time is, but in Eastern time. I want to say we're 6 hours ahead, so 4 a.m. probably. I don't know. You should look it up though. Yeah, 0400. Someone says confirmed. Yep. Okay. Must be right. Double fours. What a shot that is.
Hey, you
Whoops.
always find a way.
Leaves a shot. I love Dirk's responses to these things. I don't think he's getting fired up. I can't tell if he gets mad about it, but he really just like the disbelief cracks me up every time. Yep, Dirk's just doing his average thing. 264. Nothing new. Well, we got people rooting for who's going to win the finals tomorrow already. Yeah, I don't know. I have trouble rooting for people in this tournament, man. I just want to see everyone do really well, and it's exciting. Most exciting if someone pulls a rabbit out of a hat, plays something that no one really knew they were capable of, things like that. In a way, that was the Hideaki story for me. I don't know. I mean, I knew he played really well. I had no clue that he was going to play maybe best PR in the tournament. Not sure anyone expected it. I think he did, though, which is cool. Here we are again. Should we hit on the way? Maybe that actually generates more shots long run. Maybe you should just pass it. I don't know. Yeah, it's really hard to say. Oh, look at this. I didn't even think that he could take a checker off with it. Yeah, of course. That's interesting. Yep. Found the best play. Why wouldn't he? Five one, clear and safe from the rear. 5 in. Thomas cleaning up his PR pretty well after rough first game or something like that, I think is where he found some mistakes early in the match. 2 in is going to about do it. They're going to shake hands. Oh, look at that. Well executed. So many messy head shakes all weekend. That one was a good one. They got it down. They just needed to practice. But okay, it's looking an awful lot. You know, I guess we'll do the plus rollout, but looking extremely likely that Dirk Schiemann will be your finalist on this side of the bracket, playing Kazuki in the morning at 10 a.m. Super excited for them both. I love to see the young guys get in there. New blood in the world. And like I said, like talking to Mochi, it's just like exciting to hear Mochi say that someone's got a gear that he doesn't have. And of course, I don't know how you can talk to Dirk and watch his game and not have a ton of respect for how he approaches it. One of the best, maybe the best. This is going to be a great game. Yeah, I really hope Kazuki gets some good sleep tonight, can take care of whatever is going on too, and come and show up his best. I've heard crazy things when he does that. Looking forward to it. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Be back bright and early for a long day of commentary again. Looking forward to it. Bye, everybody.
Let's take a picture. You can be here in front of the board on the other side here.
Maybe this is also not.
You can just sit on the 2 chairs there. That'd be good.
2 chairs? So like this. So where would just like this?
Yes. Perfect.
Thank you.
Or maybe the same way. Yeah. I put up traps everywhere.
I'm way better than my it's way more classic than
Smile. Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks for watching this video. Did you smash that like button? Remember to subscribe and click on the notification bell to not miss out on future videos. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram, and my personal Instagram, Marc Olsen 10, and see you in the next video.